Hölgyeim és uraim, a 2021. évi világbajnokság érmesei. Gratulálunk! Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists of the World Championships in 2021. Congratulations! 14 óra 40 perckor már a technikai futamokkal folytatódik a verseny. Az 50 pluszos férfiak előfutamait fogjuk látni. 5 előfutam lesz az 50 éven felüli férfiak technikai versenyszámában. Mindegyik előfutamból az első 6 jut majd tovább a középfutamba, a többiek számára ebben a versenyszámban véget ér a verseny. Már a kivetítőn láthatják az első előfutam indulóinak névsorán. 1-es rajtszámmal indul majd Ki Matrán, a Dél-Afrikai Köztársaság képviseletében. 2-es rajtszámmal Giorgio Maggi, Olaszországból. 3-as rajtszámmal Peter Mühlhauser, Svájcból. 4-es rajtszámmal Henrik Karstens, Dánia képviseletében. 5-ös rajtszámmal Martin Hufrader, Ausztriából. 6-os rajtszámmal Őri Zsolt, a magyar színeket képviselni. 7-es rajtszámmal Fridtjof Zak, Németországból. És 8-as rajtszámmal Marco Schicker, szintén Németország.
So this will be the first heat of the technical.
Yeah, but it wasn't called false start, yes.
1,000 meters. Ismerős nevek a rajtlistán. Izgalmas versenyre számítok már rögtön az első előfutamban, hiszen ott van Peter Mühlhauser, vagy éppenséggel Giorgio Maggi, természetesen Őri Zsoltnak kell bekerülni a legjobb 6-ba ahhoz, hogy negyed döntőbe kvalifikáljanak.
Elképesztőek egyébként ezek az 50 pluszos férfiak, ugye láttuk már őket délelőtt a sprintben, jó néhányan végigevezték az előbb a 7 kilométer a felfújható deszkában, és néhány perccel vagy fél órával később pedig már itt vannak az 1000 méteres technikai versenyszámban, de tegnap előtt láttunk már technikai versenyszámokat, rendkívül izgalmas bójákat kell kerülni, különböző színűek a bóják, és attól függ, hogy melyik oldalról kell megkerülni, hogy milyen színű maga a bója. Egyszerre fog elindulni a 8 versenyző, és izgalmas fordulókat, kanyarokat láthatunk majd, és végül természetesen az nyer, aki leghamarabb ér be. Az összes bója megfelelő megkerülése után láttuk, hogy jó néhányan lepottyantak menet közben a deszkáról, ütköztek, visszaszálltak, tovább mentek. Hihetetlen izgalmakat hozott már tegnap előtt is a technikai versenyszámok sora. Szerintem ez az 50 pluszos férfiak kategóriájában sem lesz másképp.
Úgy néz ki, hogy minden akadály elhárult a...
Aloha everybody, it's Mike here after a nice little afternoon break watching the inflatable race. And we are looking to an action-packed afternoon here. We are gonna run quite a few heats, my people. We are gonna be having heats all the way through 7:20. 7:20, we're gonna have heat after heat after heat, 1,000 meter technical race. And we are starting here, and I apologize here for the lack of communication because we just walking in from the ceremony. So I'm pulling up my heat sheet as we are seeing the first guys here. And this is a Masters 50 plus tech race. And we are on here because it is 20 to 2.
For
And we have the first heat here with some of our familiar names here. In lane 1 we have Guy Mottram from South Africa, Giorgio Maggi from Italy, Peter Mühlhauser, one of our long distance winners from Switzerland, Henrik Karsten from Denmark, Martin Piffrader from Austria, and we have Hungary Solt Ori, and then we have Fridtjof Sack, our 2019 second placed sprint racer, with a little bit of probably disappointment this morning in the sprint because he did not make a podium. And then we have Marco Schindler in lane number 8, and since this is a 1 kilometer race, as is a technical race, we are going to looking at about 8-minute heats, and I sure hope Mathieu and I are not going to run out of topics to talk. And one thing that I see here right out of the bat here is there's no Spanish person in this heat. So what are you going to talk about, Mathieu? There's no Spaniards here. It's like, what are we going to do?
Switzerland, Germany, I'm lost here.
So maybe we're going to have to play some music in the background for you guys at some point.
Don't even test me on Swiss and German geography.
I know that Martin Mühlhauser here, and I got a little bit in trouble for a little lack of knowledge there, but he did a lot of SUP 11 city tour races from what I learned, and that were quite successful. So
he's in the lead on that starboard sprint board there, 14-foot board, and that's a pretty good technique. You don't see much splashing, and he's definitely using his core muscles a lot here. No risk taken on buoy number 2 for bib number 638 from Italy, Giorgio Maggi, followed by Peter Mühlhauser from Switzerland. And if you're tuning in right now, welcome to the 2021 ICF SUP Worlds. This is day 3 and second day of a live broadcast, and we are going to have a full afternoon of technical race heats, which is the last event we are covering until tomorrow afternoon, when we're going to end the show with the open men and women technical race finals. This is still heat stage for many categories. The open men and women had their heats on day 1, a day that was not covered by the live broadcast. And I believe the reason for that is that because apparently the Pope was in town in Budapest, and all the media and all the drones and were busy on that particular event, and that's the explanation I got why.
They did have drone shots from the inflatable race. I saw it on the big screen out here.
Yeah, you mean today, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but on Thursday,
you talking Thursday?
On day number 1, that's the explanation I had for why we did not have a live broadcast on Thursday, on day 1. But you and I did our little backstage filming and live action, and that was pretty cool actually.
I love doing backstage. I love doing backstage. I love doing this kind of action. And you guys be sure, because once this event is over, we will have a wealth of content that we're going to be ready to share. And Mathieu and I are already contemplating a little bit of a post-show that we can put out later on. So stay tuned. Even once the event is over, we will have content to share for days, if not weeks.
Yes, and you know, it's all down to the new countries and the new faces competing at a very high level of performance in this competition. We've seen new talents, and that we are very eager to find out more about. I've got 2 people I've got in mind, obviously.
The 2 ladies from Russia, there's no doubt. They're rising stars of this extended weekend here.
Yeah.
For sure. We got to find out more of these ladies.
And Mr. Giorgio Maggi is still in front with the starboard hat and starboard board. Another starboard behind, that's Peter Mühlhauser from Switzerland. So the top 6 qualify for the quarterfinals, which are some of them are happening this afternoon, I believe.
Yes.
And we are reaching now the last stage.
So they do one lap. We
Of
would like to
this,
point out, I think the elites are going to be do 2 laps.
Technical race.
Am I right, Mathieu?
Yes, they do
elites
one
are
lap.
And the elites do 2 laps, and the hobby masters are doing 1 lap. From at least that's how it used to be at the Battle of the Paddle. The elites had at least 2 or 3 laps, while the other ones had less laps.
I'm not entirely sure about that. I do believe that on Thursday the heats for the Open were just one lap. Did you watch the heats?
I was on the
day
boat
one?
taking pictures, and I think you're actually right. I think you're right.
I think it's
And
just
there
the
is-
same course for every athlete. So Giorgio Maggi reaching the finish line first, followed by the Swiss paddler.
And Fritjof Sak in the 3rd.
Absolutely.
Moving on.
So how do you say his last name? I
Sach.
always get it wrong. Sach.
Yeah, because with the CH, that's kind of like, you know how it's hard for us to pronounce the Eastern European names? It's the same with the Germans, because the CH becomes like, and
Yes.
unless you're grown up with it, it's very hard to train.
And they do the same thing in Scotland. That's why you say Loch Ness and not Loch Ness.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
There you go, my friend.
Wow,
This
thank
is
you so much.
culture time. Culture quiz.
Yeah, this is definitely a little cultural
Pub
experience
quiz
here.
coming up. Pub quiz coming up in a few minutes. All right.
So we have the results should be in here shortly. And what probably going to be interesting to pay attention to is going to be, number 6, there's a straggler out there, I apologize. He is coming in as we are already looking at the replay.
Italy, Switzerland, and Germany in the top 3 positions of these first heats of the Technical Master 50 plus men 1,000 meter 1 kilometer technical race. So that's pretty short for a technical race, don't you think? It's you've seen lots of races. Usually they are between what? Usually
There's
they're
like a
4,
20, the
45.
laps usually, from what I've seen like before, with like it's a 20-minute affair.
Yeah, exactly. Usually
But for
between
me,
3 and 5.
For me on a flat water, that is just fine, because we're used to technical races in surf racing, and there is so much going on and there's so much carnage that you want to see these guys at least doing those around 2 or 3 times.
And in lane number 8, here is Mark Forasted, who's just won a silver medal. That's him. On the sprint, starboard sprint, there's a fanatic board next to him. Lane number 7 is Paolo Nardini. What am I saying? I've got it wrong. Help me
You're talking
out.
lane number 6 here. That's Michael
Yes.
Marquez from Austria.
No, sorry. Line 7, I was right. Paolo Nardini.
Oh, you want line
On the Fanatic, and the light corp board in lane number 3 is in full action now. Jürgen Krebs.
Yeah, Germany.
And Mark Forrester is
That's your good friend from Barcelona.
Yeah,
I'm expecting
but
him to win,
well,
just for that reason.
Well, it's still hit stage. I find these athletes pretty slow actually at the start of this race, but that's maybe because they're analyzing the competition. But lane number 2 is now in the lead, and that's Adrien Kahensli from Switzerland. Oh, takes a dive,
And
Adrien.
that's a tough one to recover.
Spicing up the race, and who takes advantage of that? That's Gary Van Ruyen from South Africa. He actually started paddling way faster.
Yeah, and
as
now
soon
he's in
as,
last. Now
the
he
guy
is.
in lane number 2
He's just fighting
fell.
to make it through to the quarterfinals here.
But lane number 4 is looking strong. Number 4, that's Wolfgang Kennel. And here comes Mark Forrester in lane number 8 in 3rd position. Obviously, having the inside on the first buoy is key to preserve your top positioning in this technical race, because there's very little room. As Michael Bruce was telling me yesterday, there's very little room between buoys to actually take over. Mark Forrester is taking a grandpa turn here. I'm going to obviously making some friends jokes, but yeah, not very skilled turn there. You're meant at this level of competition to really take a few steps back on your board and push on the tail, lift the nose, and and in 1, 2, or 3 strokes max make that turn on the left.
Oh, and we got a nice comment here from Rudy Van Haven, the Austrian Vice President, and he says, "So great to listen to you both." Thank you for the
Rudy.
comment from Rudy. We appreciate your guys' comments. That really validates our work. And as a content creator and some, putting out things, you're never sure. Are people watching? Do they watch? It's like, what are they watching? And then when somebody says something, it actually feels really good and it gives you a sense of gratification.
Absolutely. So keep coming with the with the nice comments.
Keep them coming, people.
If you got something bad to say, just hold it for a few.
No,
for
you
a
can
little
say
bit.
that. I mean, like we want to improve, of course.
Well, constructive comments are
guys are
very,
amazing.
very welcome. That's for sure. I really like actually the fact that Michael Booth came with us just to bring some extra technical,
Very interesting stuff.
technical insight. Being one of the top paddlers in the world, of course, and Mark Forrester has moved from 5th position to 3rd position, but in the lead we still have Wolfgang Canoe. Is that right?
He's staying hard. He's got a little hard time on his turn
Forrester,
there. The third one in place.
and that's someone almost takes it for so 6:44. That's Gary Van Ruyen in the lead, followed by Jürgen Kress from Germany on the lightboard corp. Hollow board there, and Mark Forrester in 3rd. All you have to do to qualify is to stay in the 6th top position of an 8-man race. So that should be fairly easy for these top 3 guys if they just keep that pace going, which is fairly slow. You have to admit, but this is just warm up, guys. Then we've got the quarterfinals, and if you've got the quarterfinals, that means after that you've got the semifinals, and after the semis you've got the finals. So that's a lot of racing. Hence, perhaps the 1 kilometer course, and not a traditional 3 to 5 kilometer course. That's a lot of racing, especially for the people who have taken part already in the long distance and in the sprint finals. Meaning also that if they've reached that stage, they've taken part in the heats, in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals, and it starts to add up after a 4-day competition. Oh, Mark Forrester loses balance, but placing himself 2nd position. There's absolutely no need for him to try and break away. Obviously, for your own ego or self-pride,
Just
you can
move on. That's all you need to do. Is just move on.
You can do that,
preserve
but that doesn't mean
energy.
anything really at this stage of the competition. 5 minutes into the race, Mark Forrester, 2nd position, just nicely hopping on his board backwards just to have a better reach for that turn, a better angle for that last buoy. And now all these guys have to do is reach the finish line, which is in after 150 meters straight line. And here they come.
South Africa first there with Gary Van Rooyen.
And let me take advantage of the fact that we talk about South Africa to say hi to Taryn and Tom King.
Right.
The kings of
Where are they?
SUP
Where are you
racing
guys?
in South Africa. And they had to make a choice. And obviously traveling to Europe is a bit of a budget. So they had to make some decisions. And they decided to go for surfing. I believe Taryn King, from what Yvette, one of the participants in this World Championship, told me that Taryn won the longboard national surf competition a week ago.
Awesome.
And she also admitted that Taryn, there's not much racing right now happening in South Africa, but that Taryn is probably still the fastest in the whole of South Africa on a SUP race board. So hello Taryn, hello Tom, we miss you guys. And we hope to see you soon on the water.
And there's a fall from Hensley, and he is coming in a second to the last. So unfortunately, due to his fall, his campaign here is over. He will not move on. And then we had a little buoy incident. I think I kind of missed that one there. That was number 5.
Well, I guess that's super disappointing for this guy because he was in the lead in the first
Yeah, he would've made it through.
run. And obviously, when you take a fall, you just have to reassemble yourself as quickly as possible, jump back on your craft, and do the extra work to try and catch up. But it's very, very difficult in that course, with maybe 40 meters between each buoy. To catch up, you have to be super good to do that. So a mistake can be very, very costly, even if you're good in the hit stage. And unfortunately, Adrian will have to watch from the side the rest of the event in the technical race.
Yeah, and the third heat is already underway here. We have in this heat, we have two more friends of yours with Daniel Pares, which his name is definitely familiar to me now as well.
Yeah, who is this guy? it's just won 2 gold medals.
And I'll know him by heart by the end of this weekend. Miguel
Martorell from Mallorca, a long distance paddler. But that doesn't, sprinting and technical racing doesn't scare him. Obviously, is in competition for 3rd position right now with the lane number 1, and that's Vladislav Rojnov, who was, I believe, in the final of the sprints in this division, 50 plus men. The SIC board, Atlantis, by SIC is turning, but Daniel Pares is already far away in front, maybe 20 meters ahead, already 25 meters ahead, with the SIC board there, trying to catch up or at least maintain the distance. And then it's lane number 1, Vladislav Rojnov in 3rd position, another SIC board in 4th, and that's Miguel Martorell. But Danny's got 2 gold medals. He is proving a very, very strong paddler, and obviously with what he's achieving right now in the technical race, he might be going for a 3rd gold medal, and if he does that, it could be the only guy who's got the 3 gold. So let's make sure that we stick with him for the rest of the competition, because that could be one of the big news in the whole event. Daniel Pares, the 50 plus man, and I'm telling you, if he achieves that, we can't say, we won't be able to say that's because there was lack of competition. We've got lots of guys who are in good shape competing in that category, coming from all around the world, and if he's in front, it's for a reason. It's because he's just better than the others. So yeah, I look forward to seeing the technical race final to see if he can score a gold medal a 3rd time. Daniel Pares from Alicante, Santa Pola, is watching. Had a great welcome over there 2 years ago for the World SUP Festival, a Euro Tour event. It's such a great seaside town, and with beautiful sceneries around. And Daniel on the NSP, still in front. All right, this is buoy number 5, and chasing Daniel, you've got from lane number 5, Andreas Kemmerer, then Miguel Martorell, another sick Atlantis there, that's lane number 4, Gabor Sagi. Beautiful angle there. And a slow pace for this plus 50 men division. We're still at heat stage. Obviously you have to try and avoid not paddling over the ducks.
The ducks make quite an impression here the last few hours here this morning. They just seem to be
We might have just invented a new sport, like
Duck hunting.
SUP duck hunting.
Duck hunting.
Just take a little target on your board, and whoever catches the duck wins. All right, Daniel Pares strolling away to victory in this
very sovereign here.
third heat
very
of the
sovereign.
technical race
Yeah.
in the 50 plus men division. All right, come on guys, give us some comments. We don't have anything from you on the Facebook page of Total SUP, so this is your time to shine. Come on, say something funny.
Say something and we'll shout out.
And we'll shout it out. I see Karen Forbes from NSP is actually watching one of her best athletes on the water in the 50-man division. Actually, the best one.
I'm sure she's very proud right now.
I'm sure
Aloha,
she is.
Karen.
She knows Daniel. So, hello, Karen Forbes. She used to live in Thailand for many years, working for Starboard, and now working for NSP. And she's just moved back to the US. I guess she was missing the burgers and. And
now you're going to get a comment. Watch. Now the comments are coming.
Let's stir some diplomatic incident here. All right.
Now the comments are
Okay.
coming. So who's moving through here, or the question is who's not moving through? And we have the Vladislav Ronic is going to move through here as the last because we have the number 3, which is Freddy Fink from Austria, and the SIC board who lost their lane number somewhere along the way. They are not going to move through.
Yes, on the 6th lane.
And the next guys are already sitting down. And who are we looking at here? Do we have any finalists from this morning in this? We do not. But I do recognize here Ophir Ram in lane number 4. We had his name quite a bit.
Yes,
particularly
we did.
they were looking up the last year's results, and that kind of created a little bit of an expectation there. So
Yeah, Christian Hauke as well rings a bell.
Yeah.
From Germany.
So
Well,
they're just getting ready there.
Yeah. I guess Karen Forbes, the NSP marketing manager, is not listening anymore because
No,
she
she
didn't
took the
react. You know, I was teasing her a few minutes ago, but yeah, no, she's gone.
But Gabor is saying hi. Hey, what's up, Gabor? He's in his trail. He's actually our director and,
Oh, right,
media-
Gabor.
and our sound engineer.
Wow, yeah, I actually know what he looks like now watching his Facebook picture. Looking good, Gabor. It looks like a Facebook. It looks like a watch advertisement, you know?
Very slick.
Very sleek, Gabor. Benedict, the production director for today's show. He's been with us actually for
Yeah,
3
doing
days.
a great job. Doing such a great job here, the guys.
And
the guys.
Ophir Ram has just started, and Mishal Moshe from Israel, I believe, is rooting for his compatriot. How do you say compatriot in English? Compadre.
Compadre.
From Israel. And yeah, lane number 4, Ophir Ram looking good. Obviously, it looks like it's a faster start than the previous heats. So these guys have started to figure out that getting to buoy number 1 is what can do the trick in technical racing.
I was just going to say, not to interrupt, but I was just going to say, if I were to race this, my strategy would be the first one
And control
at the
the
first
race.
buoy, and then control the race and maybe slow your pace a little bit.
Absolutely.
And just keep the other guys behind you, because I think that first buoy is just the key buoy as far as controlling the race.
Yes, and that's exactly what Dominic Palmer from Germany is doing, as well as Ophir Ram in lane number 4, and followed by lane number 5, Christian Hocker from Germany, Alexander Yermaku from Belarus or Bulgaria. Bulgaria.
Yeah, that's Bulgaria.
Is
I'd say.
not far behind. All right, so Gabor, if some man standing on a SUP, is he Superman? Oh man, come on, Gabor, you're new in the sport. Man. We're done with this joke like 10 years ago. But yeah, nice catching up.
That's too funny.
That's a good one. That's a good one. When you say it for the first time, it's a good one.
And here he is talking to us.
But if you say it a second time, then yeah, that's you lose momentum, and you lose the audience as well. But yeah, come on, keep on. Oh, support! That's another one.
Yes, we had that one too.
Yeah. We've done all the pun.
We did it all.
The acronym
anything
SUP.
SUP started.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I've got another one. I have to say it.
Okay, what is it?
Oh yeah. After this race, I'm gonna have a nice super.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course, in French, superbe.
No, not superb. Supper.
Oh, supper.
supper.
Okay. I thought he said superbe.
No, superbe. No.
A supplementary supper.
Yeah, I guess.
Supper. Okay, so we're going to start losing viewers here. I'm telling you guys, we're going to start losing comments and viewers. But yeah, these guys are coming to buoy number 4 there. Gosh, it's got to be hot out there. Do you see, like, it glassed off. I haven't, in the last few days, I have not seen this lake this glassy. There was the wind came up this morning, right around 8 o'clock. And I was like, ooh, this is going to be an interesting sprint race. And then the wind just turned gradually off during the day. And I can only imagine how hot it must be out there in that race right now.
Yep. And that doesn't seem to bother Dominic Palmer in the lead from pretty much the start. He's got 3-board different lead over Ofia Ram. So don't push too hard, guys. All you have to do is maintain your position in the top 6 to move on to the quarterfinal, which I believe are happening later on today. It's going to be a long afternoon for us, Mike.
Let's count those heats out, because I haven't really. There's got to be like 30 heats.
This is the 4th heat, and we've got 20 something going ahead of us. So this is race number 35 out of the race number 35 on my sheet. And we're going all the way to 67, so we've got still 32 races to go. Wow, there's plenty of talking. So let's not tell all the jokes now, Mike.
Let's not blow through our ammunition here. Because we're gonna still be sitting here at 7 o'clock tonight, you guys. That's in 4 hours from now, and we're gonna have to come up with something to talk about. Yeah. Or maybe we'll have another guest. Commentator here in our little studio, and we can have a little Q&A show. It's always nice to talk to athletes.
Actually, it is, and let me throw an invitation out there. If you're listening, if you're in Lake Balaton right now, and if you are keen to come into the booth with us, with Mike and I, would be very, very welcome to. You would be very welcome to talk with us and share some insight. So. Maybe Olivia Piana is hearing us. He was keen to commentate races with us. But yeah, so Trevor Tennington, he made an appearance 2 years ago along Chris Parker in Qingdao, while Kelly Marget was flying back to Australia on the last day of the event. So Trevor, if you're listening, feel free to pop up in the booth, and whoever, actually, if you guys want to say something, this is your time. This is heat stage for many divisions, so come on, let's spice up this live show with special guests. We have the first tower, the first boost tower. The second one is the race directing tower, and you're welcome to
and we have probably easier to call who's not moving through. That's lane 6 and 5. So sadly, Christian Hauke. No, never mind. There's more. Sorry.
Yeah, there's line 8 and line
The
2.
spectators here are kind of blocking the view.
Andrei Virak and Sergei Perfilov are the ones that are not making it to the quarterfinals. They are going to be left out of the competition, and because this is the last event, they can start and pack up basically.
Yeah.
Now you get out of here.
Yeah, you're gone.
No, you can obviously sit down on the side, in the shade or in the sun, enjoy the show, because there's still more to go until tomorrow. The last race is happening tomorrow at 3:54 super precise, and that will be that's the medal ceremony. The last race is happening tomorrow at 2:51 precisely, not 2:50, not 2:52, 2:51. That will be the technical race final of the men, and that will follow the B final actually, and of course the women just before that. So we really look forward to that, and right.
And this is the last. This is the last heat for the men 50 up.
Yes, it is, with Gabor, Michal, Andrei, Offer, Thomas, Gerd, and Guido Donze from Switzerland.
Which we've seen on another. He did really well this morning, and he did really well in the long distance. So Guido Donze is definitely a name I will have to remember. We have Gerd Weisner once again here, our SUP Alps Trophy organizer. If now is actually my time to give a little bit of a background information on that.
Someone fell right here, losing a lot of precious time and distance. Wow, he's totally out of the competition for now. He's going to have to make a huge comeback. He was probably lost his balance due to the little wave created by lane number 3 in front. That's Andrei Siversky. So lane number 1, Gabor Szedahely from Hungary, is going to have to work very hard to catch up, but it looks like lane number 2 is in trouble here, so he could already probably gain some ground over here. So 1 and 2 are currently the last athletes in this heat. But obviously we're just starting, so there's 1 kilometer to go, and in the lead, lane number 3, Andrei Siversky is pushing hard, followed by lane number 5, that's Thomas Straubel, and Guido Donze is in 4th, and who's that in?
That's lane number 6. That's Gerd Weisner.
Thank you.
Our SUP Alps Trophy guy. Really a cool tour that was started many years ago by a German SUP pioneer. His name was Alois Mühlecker, and he gave up on the trophy. I mean, he did it for so many years. He did such a great job, and he was all through Alpine regions in the Tyrol region, in the Austrian region, and in Switzerland. And Gerd kind of came out and actually saved that trophy and put it under his patronage, so to speak, and gave it a new face, gave it a little bit of a facelift to the website, and they did a really good job resurrecting that SUP Alps Trophy. Even throughout the pandemic, they had some great races, and it's such a beautiful backdrops always up on the mountains. So there you have it. So that's the story with the SUP Alps Trophy. You should check that out, and
I should go have a look myself. Actually.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really neat, and they do a good job with their communication. They always have the results out super fast. You know how it is as when you follow all these races. Sometimes you have to play detective on the social media just to find some results. Yeah. And these organizers, they always did such a great job. You have the results pretty much right away, or no later than the next day.
Yeah. Well, private message to Gerd then. If you want me to come have a look, just let me know. Total SUP is very happy to travel places, so why not to the SUP Alps Trophy circuit? You sell it well, Mike. It's
Yeah, it's been a long-standing race series, a small one, but a long-standing and with a good turnout from those three countries: Italy, Austria, Germany, and actually fourth country, Switzerland, in the Alpine region. So neat thing, definitely neat thing.
what I really like about this course, Mike, is the fact that it's all happening in front of our eyes. There's,
Yes.
I mean, we hardly need the screens to see the action. We don't need the four cameras and the drone. It's all happening in front of us, and if it's happening in front of us, it means it's also happening in front of all the spectators, and you've got hundreds of them lined up along the promenade, watching the event. And it feels like a little arena, you know?
Yes.
And a sports arena, and I really like that. That's definitely a good call on the organization for the course map and course decisions, and also Christine Thomas, of course, the race director
doing
from
a great
Dana
job.
Point, that has been doing a fantastic job. There's actually 4 or 5 people working on that in that tower next door to us, and it's very slick so far. No major problem from what we've heard. So a really well-run event so far. Guido Donze, is that Guido?
Number 7, yes it
That's
is.
Guido Donze. He's in
He's
first
leading.
position. Well done, Guido, for reaching that first place. But really, don't push too hard. You've got plenty of racing to do. There's absolutely no reason to push too hard. You're not going to get any better positioning or anything. Being
Yeah, and
first,
there we have
but,
Gert in second place.
from
Good for
maybe
him.
collecting autographs at on the finish line. Guido Donze reaching first place, 6th. Gerd Weissner.
Thomas Strabel, number 5 here coming through.
And the guy who was leading most of the race, Andrzej Siwerski, is in 4th.
And sadly, the guy who fell, Gabor, he was not able to recover from that, as he's just entering the screen now on the left.
And he's the only guy that's going to be left out.
Yeah, that's
Competition,
always.
but yeah, we saw him at other buoys, and he wasn't looking super comfortable there. So probably the less experienced out of the whole lot. Yeah, well done, Guido Donze, deep number 649, the light court board there from Switzerland, and another light board court. That's Gerd Weissner.
Look, he's happy. Guido is happy. Good job, Guido. One of my countrymen here. And we have already, now we're jumping into the man technical 40 plus, and I do recognize a sprint finalist here. If I'm not mistaken, Hungarian's Viktor Zöllner. He was 4th in the sprint final A this morning. So he is jumping right into action here after that sprint final.
Position on his fanatic board, bib number 467, and that is 448. Reinder Jimker from the Netherlands. Here's Salvador Mora, who collected 2 medals already in this international event, the SUP World Champs. On Lake Balaton, it's going to go much faster. You're going to see, since we're moving category, it looks like a false start to me from lane number 7, but no recall.
Board 4, Eren Kanyas from Israel. Board 5, Ilya Kubochkin from the Russian team. On board 6, Salvador Mora from Spain. On board 7, Zöllner Viktor from Hungary. On board 8, Vodl Norbert from Austria. On but we can see Salvador Mora from Spain is in the leading position.
All right, paddling they are, and it's the race for the first buoy, and that is, to me, I think that is it's somewhat a little bit of the one of the very exciting parts is that race for the first buoy, because that is really you're getting into position to control the race and gets you into a comfortable position that you know you're going to make it through. We know a lot of things can happen at the buoy turns, people can fall, etc. But nevertheless, I like to watch them going for that first buoy. And there's quite a few of them. Plus, if you're at the first buoy first, you don't have to deal with the wake, because if you look at the troubled water behind, so if you're the person in last, there's a lot of wake you're dealing with, and that was a nice buoy turn. The first guy there, he came around pretty good, and if I can see his lane number, then maybe I get to call out his name, but I can't. That's number 6, Salvador Mora
from Spain, followed
of course
by the guy who had the fantastic reaction time in lane number 7.
That's your friend
Victor
from
Zollner.
Spain, and he was also second in the sprint this morning.
Absolutely.
He was just 3 seconds behind Peter Weidert on the final sprint A there.
Yeah,
so
Yaroslav Sukup from
he looks strong.
Czech Republic looks like he's got the right technique, catching up slowly with Salva Mora, and just behind him
good-looking
from
buoy turns there, very
lane
good
number
looking.
7 is Victor Zollner. So here's Yaroslav Sukup, and then on the one board there from SUP 1 Australia, the friend, that's Victor Zollner. Right, so here's Salvador, or Salva, we call him Salva if you want.
Okay.
Reaching buoy number 4.
One thing is for sure, if
Pretty
I
good
ever go to Barcelona, I'm just going to drop your names all over the place, and I'm pretty sure it will open doors left and right.
Yeah, you either gonna have free drinks or free slaps.
Or free subs.
Or free SUP rentals. That is a possibility. Go speak to Marc Forasse at SUP Barcelona, or Miquel Roger in the Molokai SUP Center in the Barceloneta, and you'll be very well welcome. That's gritty, that's for sure. Again, Salva Mora reaching buoy number 5. Great turning there. Only 2 strokes to turn. That's fairly efficient turning, buoy turning from the Spaniard. And Yaroslav Sukup is doing pretty well as well. Here comes the SUP 1 board. That's Victor Zollner from Hungary. No mistake, no fall. Obviously, the glassy conditions make it even easier for them to turn. Not again, this is hit number 1. These guys have to look at qualifying in the top 4 to make it to the quarterfinals.
That's right. It's changed from the other heat. So here is like 50% of the riders will be out. So you got to work a little harder here.
Absolutely.
If you want to move on.
Yes, Victor Zollner from Hungary, and Salva Mora still looking very, very strong in this 40-plus man division. Here comes bib number 421 from the Czech Republic, Yaroslav Sukup. Salva Mora, who beats lots of youngsters back in Spain. Very, very strong paddler. And on the NSP, making our friend Karen Forbes very proud, watching from the US, the NSP marketing manager.
And he's just crossing the booth here. So yeah, very nicely done. He looks strong, and he well-deserved finish here. Don't exhaust yourself, because I think you will have. With the men's, this is they're going to have a quarterfinal coming up still today. So if you're making it through today, you will be on again. If I get the right, yes, because we're going to be finishing up with quarterfinals for the Masters 50, Masters 40, and the Juniors. So everybody that's moving through will paddling twice today.
And we've got 7 heats of 40+ men.
Competitive age group.
Wow, 7 heats. That's a lot of racers. It's a bit less than 60 paddlers competing in technical racing.
Yeah, that's quite a turnout.
SUP World Championships organized by the ICF in Hungary. Lake Balaton still looking magnificent.
So glassy.
Here. Super glassy. These greenish colors. Very exotic feel from here.
And it is a Saturday, and there's so many boats out there. You can see still, even though there's no wind, there's sails everywhere. And this morning there was a little regatta out there, from what I could see in the distance. So there's a very big boating community here. If you notice that, how many boats in the marina next door?
Yeah, indeed. There is definitely many boats. It's
here's the results.
Guido Lonzeso.
Yeah,
Results
that's
from previous races are popping up on your screen right now. These are the 50+ men rankings from the first hits, and here is the race that we've just seen with Salvador Mora winning in 5:15. The top 4 go through to the quarterfinals, and the 4 last ones are left out of the competition. They can enjoy the show from the shores of Lake Balaton. All right, that's hit number 2. I recognize my friend Olivier Darimerlou there in lane number 6.
Olivier Darimerlou, absolutely.
Olivier who won a gold medal in the long distance yesterday morning.
And then we have another nice French name here from the Swiss guy with Stéphane Guillermin. Did I say that right?
No, it's actually Guillermin.
Guillermin, pardonnez-moi.
And he's a long distance
Ooh, number
paddler.
3, look at this. He is going straight to business there.
Absolutely.
Did you see that? He was like, I'm not screwing around here with Sabox Nagy. He's like, I'm going to be at that buoy first, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, and Olivier looks fairly efficient there, taking first position. Obviously, he's got to. He's trying to get into first position.
Forgot to think about number 6, because number 6 is like, yeah, not going to happen. Your buddy from France, Olivier.
Yeah, Olivier. Yes,
Olivier
exactly.
is exactly going like, no, I'm going to put the hammer down. And now there we get a little shootout going on there with those 4 guys. Look at this. Look at the pace now.
The fight for buoy number 1 is on, but Olivier Darimerlou, winner of the long distance yesterday, already a gold medalist, is going to be the first one in 30 meters around to take buoy number 1 first, and behind him, that's Sabolx Nagy.
Yeah, he was placed number 7th this morning in the sprint race.
And then lane number 2, Thomas Gensterler from Slovenia. Good turning there, and Olivier Darimerlou is escaping from the rest of the crowd. He's got a 15 meter lead now over Sabolx Nagy from Hungary, and the Fanatic board in 3rd position. That's Thomas Gensterler. Sorry for butchering your names, Slovenians, but I'm not sure about the pronunciation. Starboard in 4th position, and 3 guys will be no. Actually, Stéphane Guillermin. We said Stéphane, but I don't see Stéphane. 1, 2, 3. Have we got 8 paddlers here?
Yes, lane number 8 is the Swiss guy. Let's see around the buoy. We'll see.
4, 5, 6, 7. I think it looks like we've got only 7 guys on the water right now. So one
Kidding.
of them is missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I don't see my friend Stéphane. So Stéphane Guillermin is probably sleeping in his hotel room right now because I don't see him.
What is going on here? Well, are you sure it's Stefan that's missing?
Well, I don't. Yeah, I know Stefan really well.
Oh, you do?
I don't see him on the water right now. I don't have to watch the screen. It's all happening in front of us. So yeah, Stefan. Unless you're competing on a board and you grew 20 centimeters, you're not on the water.
No number 8 here.
So I hope Stefan did not make a mistake with the schedule.
Olivier Peremerlo from France on board number 6 is in the lead.
He actually failed to register for some reason for the long distance. That's really what he was going for, because he's very, very good.
Oh yeah.
Long distance.
How do you know him?
How do I know him? I actually did the SUP Event City tour with him, following him for most of the time, you know, following his draft.
Oh, okay.
But also I was doing a bit of work for Full Moon, the Swiss brand that was once his sponsor before he moved on to Fanatic. And yeah, he's a great guy, funny guy. He's, if you follow his posts, you're bound to laugh because he makes really funny faces and funny comments, and that doesn't keep him from being super fast in long distance. He likes to do all the ultra long distances, Dordogne Intégrale, SUP 11 City Tour and the likes. He was at the Tawara. He finished 8th in the Tarn-Water race back in June. But Olivier Dariumerlu has got a very, very strong lead now and is going to qualify very easily for the quarterfinals. So I know Olivier is very smart. Now he's just pacing himself.
Yeah, because you're going to paddle again today, so conserve your energy because you're going to go to the quarterfinals. So once you know you're through.
Absolutely. Olivier from France just got 30 meters to recover in order to finish the race. Very efficient paddling technique.
Yeah.
It's actually someone very interesting to analyze. Whose stroke is really interesting to analyze. And lane number 3, very powerful stroke there.
Yeah, very much different stroke. Lots of splashing there. I was just funny how you were pointing that out, and I see number 3 is paddling completely different.
Yeah, and then it's Thomas from Slovenia, followed by lane number 4, Holger Hassenflug from Austria.
He's fighting it.
And the top 4 are known, and everyone else is
That would be Richard Prost is out, and number 7, unfortunately, Jan Sestak will not be paddling a second time today.
And you can see that Olivier has been practicing on the Souston Lake, Souston being the town where I am from, where I live. And this beautiful lake, 5 kilometers long. It's absolutely gorgeous, and that's where Olivier and also Fanny Tessier, Florent Dodd as well is not here. Is actually the former world record owner for largest distance covered in 24 hours, Florent Dodd.
And what was it? Do you remember what it might have been?
All these
24 hours. How far can you paddle in 24
he
hours?
Actually stopped paddling after 22 hours, stopping at 100 and I can't remember. 180.
Wow, that's something.
Something like that, but a record that was beat recently, as Chris Parker alerted us in a recent article, and that a new world record was apparently established during the non-stop tour of the SUP 11 City Tour last Sunday. 204 kilometers in less than 24 hours.
That's crazy.
So yeah, crazy guy.
We have some friends coming up here.
Yes.
We have some familiar names. We have your buddy from Spain, Iker, and I have Martin Teichmann from Germany. Trying to see here if one of them we had him in the finals. No, none of them were. Martin Teichmann, yes, he was in the finals this morning in the sprint finals. He came in 6th in the man 40 plus.
And Iker Barbarubio looking very tense and serious there. The Spaniard from actually from the Basque Country originally, but living in Barcelona on the starboard there, lane number 3. And next to Martin Teichmann.
And here's the race again. There's an exciting part for buoy number 1 for the first buoy turn, and Martin looks like he really wants this. And so does the Italian Reza Naisiri. They both want it, but it looks like the guys in the lanes further down want it equally as strong. So let's see, but looks like Martin really has his he really pulled ahead here.
And a very smooth technique. Wow, it looks very fluid.
Yeah.
And very efficient at the same time. So he manages to really stay fluid at the top, but a very, very strong and solid core and legs. He's using his legs a lot. That's something that lots of people might not know when they discover stand-up paddling, is that you hardly use your arm muscles. It's mainly your legs and your abs and your back that come into play. And
yeah, Martin is really a school case for that. And you can see like he almost pushes his board forward a little bit with his legs.
It's true, and that's exactly the feeling you get when you do it right.
You pushing the board with your legs, yeah.
So Martin reaching buoy number 1.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great view there.
Yeah,
Thank you, production, for pulling out the drone out of the box. It's some great images that we've got thanks to that. So Martin on the Sonova.
Doing good.
Might have Martin Janke from owner of the Sonova brand watching from Thailand. He was earlier on this morning. And yeah, so those boards seem apparently fast given what Noe Gauyu did this morning.
Yeah.
Winning the open sprints in the men's. What a great race we were lucky enough to witness, and just in front of our eyes this morning, just before lunch. And Martin Teichmann, great, easy and clean turn there. Martin.
Good job.
And
Good job, guys.
in second position, that's Iker Barbarubio on the starboard. There's a fight for third place here with the Nesh board that has the inside advantage, followed by someone who came from behind and who's positioning himself now in fourth position. Wow, there's going to be a battle in this heat for fourth position, given how far the three top athletes are in front.
Yeah.
But with the move, Michael Frosch made the guy from Austria on the third buoy, is spicing up the competition here. He's actually now in fourth position, and it looks like Reza Naziri and all the other athletes have lost a lot of ground there, and some mistakes that Michael Frosch was able to take advantage of on that buoy, and therefore placing himself in fourth position when he was actually very far away from that position earlier on. You know, the inside, taking the inside on those buoy turns is crucial. It's crucial.
Particularly when it gets crowded.
Absolutely, and if you can, you stick your nose in there, your board nose in there, of course, and you try and make some room for yourself between the buoy and the other athlete's board. Obviously, in all fairness, but yeah, that's where you have to be competitive, because there's so little ground for overtaking in this very short technical race course, that buoy turns are the elements of the race that allow for some overtaking, and that's exactly what this guy on the Atlantis SIC Atlantis board has done just a few minutes ago, and is actually secured, by the look of it, a 4th position. If he doesn't make any mistake in the last 150 meters, he should be one of the lucky 4 athletes qualifying for the quarterfinal, thus leaving the 4 other athletes out of the competition. I have to admit, I expected Reza Naziri again, I'm going to say it again because I said it this morning, to shine in this 40-plus men competition. I don't know what Reza has been doing, but he used to be as fast as Leonika he was traveling with all the time, so he might have not been training so much over the past 2 years. He's currently sitting in 5th position, and it looks like he's not going to come back with any medal in this competition. Reza Naziri, born in Iran and raised in Italy. Martin Teschmann has just crossed the line.
Here is Iker coming through the back by the booth, and our lonely Nash board with Andrej Spelic from Slovenia in place number 3,
And
lane number 5, Austrians Michael Frosch.
Played it smart on buoy number 3. Is just reaching the quarterfinal. We're gonna have to say goodbye to Reza Naziri, who didn't look like the Reza I used to know. I haven't been able to catch up with him since the beginning of the event, outside of the races and the commentaries. So hopefully before I jump on the plane on Monday, I'll be able to find out what he's been up to, because I did expect him to have some podium position.
So he's got some explaining to do, huh?
Exactly.
You're gonna make, hey, Reza, what is going
Che
on?
cosa fai? Che cosa fai, Reza? No, I'm not gonna say any bad words. But you could read my mind.
Yeah.
Ma che... Okay, whatever. Martin Janke is with us.
Everybody gonna go. Oh, Taichi. There you go. Yeah, that's what everybody calls Martin, is actually Taichi.
You know, it comes up on my
Everybody calls
comment
him
box
Taichi.
as a 4-year anniversary follower. Thank you, Martin, for being such a strong supporter of Total SUP for 4 years non-stop. Great job, Martin. Obviously, manufacturer of some fast not just looking, but obviously performing boards, as we could have, well, as we've just witnessed with Martin Teschmann right now, and also with Noik Karyu just overtaking Connor Baxter. Just
like that.
That sentence it sounds crazy. Overtaking Connor Baxter in a 200-meter sprint. That's the exploit that Noik Karyu managed to do this morning.
Okay, and we have an interesting heat here.
A gold medal. All right.
Because we have the winner from this morning's sprint race in here. That's Peter Weidert in lane number 5. And I'm pretty sure he tasted the gold and thinks and hopes he can do it again. And I will hope it for him as well, because he is a strong guy. And look, he is like on a mission to get to that buoy first and establish a lead, which he did right out of the gates.
Check out
look at that.
Lane number 6. That's Mikel Roige, who was 3rd in the long distance yesterday. He's taking the draft. He knows Peter Weidert is definitely faster in short distances, so he's cleverly positioning himself in Peter's draft. Is on the Sonova board, actually, Mikel as well. Used to be on NSP, on Starboard NSP and Infinity, and for the past 2 or 3 years has been with Sonova at Molokai Sub Center in Barcelona. And in 3rd position we've got an NSIC board, and that's lane number 2, Daniel Puntz
from Austria, and we have a Swiss guy in there too, currently third to the last here, just crossing the booth. That's Dominic Roth. You're gonna have to move up one more spot if you want to make through. If you want to make it through, buddy. And you can see again how difficult it is for the guys behind with all the wobbly and troubled water behind the leaders. And Peter is pulling away here just after the first buoy. Peter is pulling away here. Looking good, looking good. He was very strong this morning, just looking at the results here. He beat the 1 minute mark as the only one actually in the men 40 plus sprint, finishing up with 57 seconds, 0.10, leaving Salvador Mora 3 seconds behind. So he really is a fast 40-year-plus-old, coming now to buoy number 3. Great front side turn there, looking slick. Of course, having a little bit of an advantage over number 6 there, over Miguel Roy, who has to do a backside turn. And it almost looks like a little bit that the top 3 have established themselves very well. I don't think Peter has to worry anything unless he gets unlucky and would fall in like any of those guys, but I would doubt that would happen. And it is really the battle going on behind for place number 4. And once we have him at the buoy 4, we can figure out it's the red board there. That is really where the battle is going to take place, because the last 2 guys they are not going to be catching up anytime soon. But we have that last qualifying spot is really fought for, and that is lane number 7, and I can't make out the number from here, so hopefully we're going to get the camera there real quick. But that would be Dominic Roth, because we saw him already on the stretch here on the straight line. He was fighting already there. So that is going to be our battle. Who is going to make it through of the 2 of them?
Az 5-ös bújánál fordulva azt látjuk, hogy nincsen változás az első 3 helyezést illetően.
With Daniel
Peter
Puntz
Weider, Miguel Roy
currently third, and safe to say that he looks pretty safe. And now we have the other 2 guys at buoy number 5, as I missed the camera position again because Peter Weider is already at buoy 6 with a margin of a lead over spot number 4. But it looks like Dominic Roth on the red board with the 7 on his nose is now winning this battle for the last qualifying spot, because the person behind him is falling behind here pretty good. And we have the last 2 guys, actually they are just reaching buoy number 5 and turning right there right now. So that's an out right there, because Peter Weider already is in the final stretch. So that difference in times here, that is going to be minutes in time difference. Many minutes. Peter is coming down the line, and our 2 last guys are just approaching, or just left actually, so to say, buoy number 5, because it's just halfway in between of buoy number 6, and Peter is just about to come right in front of my booth here. Good job, Peter. If you pull this through quarter, semi and final, we might have another German medal here.
A little fight with the ducks.
And then in second place, as Mathieu, who actually left the booth here for a quick urgency, but he called that very nicely. Miguel Roig is here number 2. He does not have to worry about anything. And then we have lane number 2, Daniel Puntz in 3rd position, moving through, no worries. And then, yes, we have lane number 7 there, winning that battle back at buoy number 5, where this whole thing looked a little bit more tight. But lane number 7, Dominic Roth, moving through as the last qualifier. And I finally get to find out that was lane number 3 that I couldn't say, okay, that was a local boy here, Peter Schighetti. He sadly is not going to make it through.
Szigeti Péter érkezik, 5.
And all we're going to do is going to wait for the last few guys. Might take a moment for them to come through. They just left buoy number 7 and are on the final stretch now. And sadly, for them,
Gratulálunk, Péter.
the day is also over. Their campaign has ended here. And on your screen we have the final. I like that line. This is really something that I do enjoy watching in SUP racing. That is something that I'm used to seeing in the canoe racing or in rowing or whatsoever, and it really gives you that straight sense of a finish line even when you're on your screen. I like all these computer animations nowadays that they can put on your screen. And if you guys are excited about, for example, watching sailing, is always like in the America's Cup, the screen is littered with computer graphics and stats and the courses that these boats are sailing with the speed attached to it that they're constantly doing. So it really definitely very much enjoyed these kind of technology, and it's great to see that this technology is now entering the SUP world, and definitely gives a little bit sense of extra added value to our sport. And on your screen we're already looking at the next heat here.
In the ICF SUP World Championships here in Balatonfüred.
Guys are getting ready.
Tomáš Lalovič from Slovakia. On board to Ivan Peña from Spain.
And I'm just looking if there is an early morning finalist, but we do not have a finalist from this morning's sprint in it. And let's see how the race for the first buoy turn is going. It looks like number 6 there, which is Attila Hubik, a local boy from Hungary. He's grinding hard, but is not all called out yet, because we had buoy number 4 there, or lane number 4, Michael Durchschlag from Austria. He might has a word to say about that himself. So let's see how that goes. And in the meanwhile, I completely missed at number 1, Slovakia's Tomas Lelovic is completely left everybody in the dust here. He is way ahead, so looks like if nothing goes wrong for this guy, he will be in control of this race, if he not already is in control of this race. In the back, it's a whole different story. We have the pack of 3 there with 6, 2, and 4, with Attila Hubik and Ivan Peña. And the number 4 now was just in the mix, Michael Durchschlag. Now he fell a little bit behind there as they are approaching the first buoy, definitely with a good lag behind our leading guy here.
Austria, also Robert Fowler from the Republic of South Africa is very close to them. Limonas Stankovic is coming as the 6th man. Timo Hager from Germany in the 7th. Tomáš Lalovič has a quite big advantage approaching the 2nd buoy. They have 7 buoys and úgy tűnik, hogy az egyes rajtszámú Tomáš Lalovič nem szeretné véletlenre bízni a továbbjutást, már most nagy előnyel közelíti a 3. buoyát, de Hubik Attila is ott van a 2. helyen. Drukkolunk, Bibi, hogy ott lehess abban a 4-ben, továbbjutnak majd a negyeddöntőben. De 7 buoyát kell megkerülni, és még utána ott a finish is. Nem rövid ez a több mint 1000 méter, amit teljesíteni kell a versenyzőnek.
All right, back to the race here. I was just talking to our director here real quick, having a quick little chat on our background noise. So if you guys can hear that, they're having a little bit of a festival here today. There were so many people coming to the shore here, like it looks like the whole town was out. Everybody was having lunch and drinking wine here on the booth on the side, and a lot of people were out, and a lot of people are still out. It's really crowded down here in compared to yesterday or Thursday, because how would you not? You have the ICF SUP World Championships in your town. town. People from all over the world are coming, and you have just such a great setting and such a great late summer in September, in first week of September, 11th of September today, and you have such a great day. So why not coming down here and enjoy the live action as world champions are being crowned one after another today. So many world champions we had today. So this is why there's a little bit of a loud music going on. So if you hear that, don't worry, that means people are having a good time. And on buoy number 5, still with a margin of a lead, that is Thomas Lelovitz. Not worrying about not making it through, so he is doing really, really well. And behind him, we are trying to see if we have a little bit of a battle for that last qualifying spot going on. I see number 1, number 2, number 3 there on the that's number 2 with the starboard in the 3rd place, and number 5 on another starboard, but there is number 7, and that's Robert Fowler from South Africa, currently fighting for that last spot to see if he can make it through, because he is not safe at this time. He needs to move up one more spot. He definitely needs to move up one more spot. And he's grinding, and he's grinding, and he's grinding, and there he go. Before buoy number 6, he is just passing. Oh my gosh, what happened there? Did you guys see that? I mean, he was just leaving the other guy in the dust. I mean, I'm not sure if he's just getting tired or what's going on, but he's just pulling through like there's nothing. I definitely, wow, that was just crazy. And he is definitely now qualifying in that 4th and last spot to making it through. Like, wow, that was something else. There he is. Oh, pardon me, that was Timo Hage. We completely left Timo Hage out. A little bit of a dark horse moment here. He was just going and grinding and leaving the last guy, which must have been the South African, but now I'm a little bit, I have a hard time with all those numbers. But back on your screen, we have the Slovakia, Thomas Lelovitz, easy peasy, moving through, no worries. Number 6, also moving through, easy peasy, Attila Hubik, local boy from Hungary. And number 4, which is Michael Durchschlag, also moving through, the Austrian. And then here is number 5. Good job, we have another German moving into the next heat, Timo Hage, and he just passed Ivan Peña. That's who that was with the striped shorts. He just went past him. I don't know what happened with Ivan there. Definitely left me a little bit surprised. And then we have number 3 and number 7 here not making it through. That is Robert Fowler and Laimonas Stanilulionsnis. So there you have it. And that was heat number 5. That was heat number 5 with the men 40 plus. And here is the finish line with the duck actually crossing before. See that duck? Oh, let me try one more time. Oh, I'm winning this race once. Maybe I go back across the finish line. How funny. The ducks here. There's quite some wildlife here on this lake. Looking at the next heat here, who's getting ready in the back. And we get some results here. Peter Weidert, we had him earlier, and yes, he was, look at this, look, he's 11 seconds. So he's putting it down, and I have a feeling that we're going to see Peter in the final here. I mean, he put the hammer down in the sprint final, and I can easily see him in the final or on the podium again here if things go the right way. On the screen is our next heat. That's heat number 6. Heat number 6, man, master, and that's the second to the last heat of the men 40 plus. And we have an array of countries. We have no country twice. We have Greece, Lithuania, Hungary, Czechoslovakia. We have Spain, Russia, and Ukraine. 7 men, 7 countries representing here.
Szóval rövid Ráciusz már újra, de
And 3 will fall off and 4 will go through because we're missing lane number 8 in this one.
this is the
And off they are. And here's the exciting part again. That's what I love. That first out of the gate race for that first buoy, because that's going to be so crucial. And this is going to be also something that we're going to be really enjoying tomorrow when we have the open men and women, because they are going to treat this race to the first buoy just like the sprint race today. That's how fit and how strong they are. And I'm really looking forward to kind of having the sprint race relived tomorrow with the race for buoy number 1. That's going to be very, very cool. And we can hear the music in the back here where there's quite some performance going outside. Welcoming Mathieu back to the booth with a little coffee. Thank you so much, because we still are going to be talking through so many heats. Mathieu, you're back online. You have missed an interesting last heat. I want to jump back to you, just filling you in real quick. We had what really was very exciting in this last heat was the German Timo Hage passing your body from Spain, Ivan Peña, between buoy number 5 and buoy number 6. He was unbelievable. He just came, he's like a little bit of a dark horse moment, and he just passed through for that last qualifying spot.
Wow.
Sadly leaving one of your friends behind. So one of my friends beat one of your friends. So it's like me beating you.
Okay, so I go away for 5 minutes and all
And
of
that's
this
what
happens.
happened. Yes, I know. So
Are you
sorry.
doing that on purpose, Mike?
Well, no worries. After this coffee, I'm probably going to have to leave, and then you can take your revenge. And
I will. You know what? An elephant is going to land from the sky, and you're going to miss it, Mike.
Yes.
That's what you deserve.
Yeah, that's it. That's like, don't leave too much excitement going on. But yeah, other than that, we are in heat number 6 here, and only 7 guys, not 8 guys. And we have 7 guys, 7 different countries. And I spared myself from butchering everybody's name here, because I feel like I'm not doing really well with all these people's names.
Well,
Just not.
yep. And you know I like to talk about boards here. Infinity Starboard Fanatic. They are reaching buoy number 3. And I think it's the first time I see numbered buoys in a technical race event.
Yes.
What about you, Mike?
The only thing that springs to my mind was the legendary hammer buoy from the Battle of the Paddle, the signature yellow hammer buoy that was placed right in the surf break. So kind of cool with the numbers, definitely helps, because it gives us a reference point from when we're talking. So you could also give it a letter A, B, C, and D, for example. But why not numbers? I think it's kind of helpful, and they all have they're all either red or green, which marks is it a starboard or a port tack or turn.
Absolutely.
So you do a green, this is a starboard turn, the turn is on your right, and if you're red, your turn is on your left, so starboard and port. How did I just realized that as I'm speaking it.
Wow.
As I'm speaking it, I actually just realized that this and so it's cleverly thought out.
Mike, I think, you know what? I think you've just had a moment.
Oh my gosh, I had such a moment
just,
right now.
I'm breathless now. What's just happened?
Yeah.
Pure genius from Switzerland.
Unbelievable.
On the mic. No, but you're right. The thing is, I'm not used to using the word starboard and what's the other one?
Port.
Absolutely. Not being a sailor myself, but you're absolutely right there.
I'm only a wannabe sailor.
But you're a surfer more than anything, mate. Come on, tell us how you ended up from Switzerland in Maui. That's a story that I'm interested to hear.
That's a story that can go three heats long. But in a nutshell, I was just a guy with a dream in a landlocked country, living on a lake like this, but just far smaller, and telling my friends, well, if this lake had a wave, I would not have to seek an ocean lifestyle. And I was just a young guy wanting to surf for the rest of his life. So I left Switzerland
Wow.
in my early 20s, backpacking with my surfboard around the world in the hope and dream for like a never-ending life in board shorts. And I got so extremely lucky meeting my wife, my future wife back then, meeting her on Oahu's North Shore, and the rest became history. And we got married and moved to Maui 3 years after we met, and just started a life, and things started to fall into place. And the latest addition to it, I'm sitting here in a commentary booth in Hungary, and I owe this to my life on Maui. So yeah, thank you very much. I'm very, very grateful, very happy, very stoked.
Wow, what a great story.
Thank you.
And now you've got two Maui kids.
Three
Maui kids.
I have 3 kids, one 13, and I have 10-year-old twins, actually to be 11 at the end of this month. And out of 3, 2 are super stoked on water sports. The third one also stoked on water sports, but just not as of a daredevil as the other 2.
Are they listening to Daddy right now?
No, because it's 12 hours difference. So there it's 4 o'clock in the morning. And let's focus back here. Who is making it through? We have our Greek guy, Nikolaos Papadakis. Wow, how did I just say that? Nikolaos Papadakis moving through on the infinity board with a win there. And then number 4, that was Jan Sramek.
And lane number 7, Alexander Mikhailov from Ukraine. And lane number 6, that's on the 4 to 5 Pro Bowl there. That's Vitaly Dronov from Russia. These top 4 are through, right?
Yes. And the one that didn't go through, I would like to, I don't know, like subconsciously we see a lot of boards. Do you see some boards that are standing out? You're like, oh wow, I keep seeing this type of board, and I do not see this board.
Like I've seen a lot of starboard sprints.
Yeah, starboards are hard to not see, but like I'm actually surprised with the amount of infinity boards here, because it's a boutique brand from California. You know, awesome owners, core surfer people with not a big distribution in Europe, and here you are. We have people on these boards here.
Yeah, as far as
which
I
is
know,
I'm super stoked to see.
The European distributor for Western Europe is in Italy, and they might have a direct distribution in Germany or Netherlands. But yeah, you're right. I think that's one of the top brands from the US that have actually the Speed Freak team.
The Speed Freak
who are
team, yes.
amazing ambassadors, and I'm actually surprised that they are not more present in the rest of the world. But USA is a big market for Infinity. I was discussing that with Dave Pini, CEO of Infinity, and not just the CEO, the
son of the legendary shaper dad that he has.
Surfer, designer, he does it all. And he's got a great shop in Dana Point.
Yeah.
If you ever go to Dana Point, make sure that you pay a visit to the Infinity shop. You'll be nicely welcome. Next heat, and we've got in the lead lane number 3, Attila Marton from Hungary. In lane number 1, that's Thomas Varnas, who's positioning himself in a second position here. Lane number 5 is looking good. That's Oscar Ruiz from Spain, originally from Cantabria, from Noja, and now living in Osomo rather, and living now on the Canary Islands, I guess Fuerteventura. And yeah, that it's Artem Avramenko now in the lead. Sorry, do I have this right?
Artem Avramenko, yes.
Yep.
This is lane number 3 there on the Mistral board.
Yep.
Also a board we only see a few people with, and racing for that first buoy. And I was actually really commenting on something earlier that I like to maybe bring up to you. As this, I think I'm expecting tomorrow, when the open guys are on, the race, it's going to be like a sprint final 2.0, because these guys are going to be racing like mad for that first buoy.
Yeah.
And this is going to be very exciting to see. Like, I hope we have, for example, Connor and Noik one more time in the same heat on that technical race, and see how they are going to race for that first buoy. So I think I'm really looking forward to that, because that is such a crucial part of the race.
You're absolutely right. And we're going to have some great show.
Oh, we have a guest
tomorrow.
here again. Nice to see you.
We've got Booth.
We have Brother Boothie back.
Works now.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, guys.
Good to see you again.
Microphone works this time.
Yes, yes. I can hear you in my headset now, so that means everybody out there can hear you too.
Yes.
Excellent. How's the afternoon going so far?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. You're actually, your voice is like super powerful. It's like it acts like caffeine to us. But thank you very much. We're in the middle of the heats. This is the seventh 40-plus men heat in technical racing, and the seventh and the last. We move to the juniors after that for some probably more action, more dynamic action with the youngsters. And we'd love to hear your technical
because we were just talking about
insight. We were talking about buoy turns
and how crucial the first stretch is going to be to make it to that first buoy, and how we're probably going to have a sprint race relift tomorrow for the race for that first buoy, and you're going to be in it. So let's hear from one of the top guys here.
Well, for me, I think it is a race really to the first can. Like the 200-meter sprint to the first can is where it's going to be making a difference or not. Like you're not going to be able to get past people past that point. It's going to be really difficult because basically you've got 200-meter stretch and then maybe a 25 to 30 meter gap. Then you've probably got another 30, 50 to 50. Very short changes. So unless you're really charging at the can and risking doing something, I guess, illegal, it's going to be very hard to pass throughout the course. And I think you're probably seeing it right now. The guy who gets to the first can first generally will win the race.
Yeah, if he doesn't make any mistake, and he can make lots of mistakes with 7 buoys. So I guess that's why you also call it a technical race. But so you think, Michael, that you would rather have maybe a couple of more longer stretches between buoys in order to be able to overtake for those who are not top sprinters in the first part of the race?
Yeah, there's multiple factors, I think, as well. If you're caught on the inside, as you saw like Tituan this morning, but he was caught between Claudio and Connor a little bit off the line, and you saw him wobble and unfortunately not have the best race. But that's a factor as well. But if you don't get off that line well, you want to have a little bit longer of a stretch, maybe after the first turn, or a really technical section where you have a lot of turns for a certain section and then have a longer stretch where you can kind of try and make a move, because off the can, once you turn, it's very hard to generate enough speed to go 1 to 2 kilometers faster than the guy in front of you to try and overtake them in those short changes. So it's something they can think about for future races. Obviously, the course is about 900 meters, I think, so it's a lot shorter than what it has been previously in the past. I think when we raced in China, it was about 2.5 to 3.5k. I can't remember exactly how long it was, but maybe 25 minutes. So the heats were shorter, but this time they've gone with the one lap, and it's about 5 minutes 20 for the top guys. So it's very much a sprint race, and you've got to be right on your hammer the whole time.
And something that I've noticed, they have referees here sitting on each and every buoy on their boats, which is something that I haven't seen in other races before. And from what I understand, rules for buoy turns are still kind of being discussed and hashed out.
Yeah, I think I'm not exactly sure what the plan is with the rulebook. I know they're constantly trying to change and evolve it. I know the ICF haven't obviously run too many races. Like, this is their second championships for SUP. Maybe they have some national federation races. I'm not sure, but you see the guys coming across the line right now.
Yeah, that's Artem Avramenko winning the heat, followed by Oscar Ruiz, and then Gabor Sabo. And the fourth qualifier is lane number 1, Tomas Varnas from Lithuania. I guess that leaves Stylianos Mustakalis out of the competition now, and as well as Vitaly Naidenov. And who's the last athlete to cross the line?
And we are on to the next heat.
Did we only have six athletes in this race instead of 8?
I think there was 7.
There were 7 lanes.
Seven, yes, absolutely. So.
For the juniors,
429, Thomas Varnas.
so
Well,
it means that the
we're going to
first
see
6 of each
the
will qualify
results on our screens.
And that was actually the last heat of the 40 plus. Now we're back with the youngsters.
This is Artem Avramenko from Ukraine, winner of the heats. And easy, and actually, just like Michael said, he was first on the first buoy, first to reach the first buoy, and he wins the heat, thus proving Michael Booth's case here. But we've seen a few changes in previous races. I remember this guy who on the SIC Atlantis board who took the inside at the buoy number 3 and probably caught up with 3 guys when he was actually in the back. But we're moving on to the junior races.
And there are some finalists from this morning in here. For example, with Nicolas Trujillo, he was 6th in the sprint final A, and we have also Jan Grich in this lane number 4, coming in as 5th this morning. So there you have it. There are at least 2 that I can make out right on the top here that were finalists this morning. So
expect a fast start, huh?
Yes, these kids won it, and
we've got 5 heats of junior men, and Wojtek from the Czech Republic finished 3rd this morning in the sprint, and he's got a great start. But someone else got a great start. That's another Czech. That's Branislav. No, I'm sorry. This is the wrong guy. Alberto Casella from Italy in the 8th lane. Nicolas Trujillo on the starboard there is having a pretty good start, but Alberto Casella from Italy looks like he might be able to get first on that first buoy, but he's got the outside, so Wojtek Seidenglans is going to have to play it smart in order to maintain his inside position. There are now 4 guys fighting for that first position at the first buoy, and that's going to happen in 50 meters. So 3 guys, Nicolas Trujillo, Wojtek, and Alberto Casella from Italy, lane 1, lane 2, and lane 8, trying to get that first position at buoy number 1. Looks like Alberto Casella is struggling a little, and Tristan de Klerk is actually in lane number 8.
Wojtek takes off here.
Absolutely.
Gets in on that first can, gets around first, nice and clean. It was quite a battle down that first stretch. I was thinking they were all going to come into the can together, and I thought it was going to be a little bit more interesting. But I'm sure the juniors know that there are 6 through to the quarterfinals, so there's only 2 guys dropping out. So as long as you're in that first pack of 4, you're pretty well safe as long as you don't make any mistakes along the course.
Absolutely, and Wojtek knows what he's doing, huh? From a technical perspective. He missed the silver medal by not even a nose. You know, we were talking about an extra coat of paint making the difference between him and the Spanish guy who was in front of him, Lucas Simoncelli, in the juniors sprint this morning. So I still managed to get a bronze medal, but he's in the lead now in this first heat. The top 6 guys will qualify for the quarterfinal, and 2 of them will be left out. And yeah, it's going to be a strong battle all the way to the finish line, especially at the back, in order to stay away from the position 7 and 8.
Yeah, I think I actually got the privilege to work with Wojtek down in CV. It's about 150 kilometres south of Prague, and they've got a great program there with Jan Smarek and Branislav and those guys. And you've seen the juniors and a couple of different guys really jumping up to the podium this carnival, and I'm hoping to see it more and more. The juniors are the future of the sport, and it's fantastic to see how strong they are. I've never seen so many juniors at a SUP event before, so it's going to be interesting to see which one of these guys are on the tours in the next few years.
Absolutely, and here's Wojtek on the inflatable NSP. We have to remind our viewers that the juniors are competing on 12.6 inflatable boards, and they are all pretty much race boards. So they are inflatable but shaped as SUP race boards.
Yep.
I think Starboard was a pioneer in doing those a few years back. Back in 2014-15, the first I think it was called the SUP Racer or the SUP Race Board.
Yep.
By Starboard.
Yeah, so Starboard have got the airline. A lot of the guys here are racing. I think it is the 25.5 and the 12.6 version. And yeah, it's a really good board. It's quite interesting to see the comparison between the hardboards and the inflatables. Like it's really not too dissimilar in terms of race speed. I know that Bruno and I, back when Bruno was with Starboard, we did a little race test, and it was actually quite similar speed. Obviously, the hardboards do always win out, but it was very similar between the airline and the sprint at the time, and I think that's really cool to see that they can go quite fast. It is a little bit more challenging when it does get choppy or something like that, but when it's flat, it's great.
Yeah. And in this particular case, they are not on 14-foot board, but on 12.6-foot board.
Yeah.
And in the sprints, we could see a pretty big difference in terms of speed. But I guess from what you're saying, that is mostly due to the board size and not so much of the fact that they are actually inflatable boards.
Yeah, the inflatable boards have come a long way. They're much more rigid, much more stiff. Like you see, like the nose cones on the starboards, that sort of adds a bit more rigidity. There's a few different things that people are adding into their boards as well. And if this is racing of the future, and that people do want to be racing on inflatable boards, we will see the technology improve each and every time that they get onto the water. But yeah, you're finding the difference between the 12.6 and the 14 is always a big difference. I think it's about 1 kilometre an hour, and you do feel like when you're on a 12.6, you're kind of paddling uphill a little bit more, and you're having to use a lot more strength to get through the course. I think you saw the events change to mostly 14 and under back in maybe 2018, 2017.
And Wojtek still in the lead, with someone trying to make a comeback for first position here from lane 7. That's Alberto Casella. There's absolutely no need to do that really at this stage, except for burning and wasting some energy.
Oh, it depends on where he wants to be for his next race. So if he wants to be in like 4 or 5 in the centre lanes, or he wants to be wider. So the guys usually who finish up towards the 6th place will end up in the wide lanes, and that can be a strategy, because if you are a bit of a slower starter like myself, I get to start in lane 8 for tomorrow morning, and sort of tried to plan for that yesterday morning in the heat. So yeah, it's an interesting play, but I'm not sure that was going through his mind. I think he probably just was head down trying to win.
Absolutely. Isn't lane 1 the best position to be at the start right now, based on where the buoy is based right now? What do you remember from your heats on Thursday?
I think it's long enough where you can kind of be anywhere on the line. It doesn't really matter too much. Like the width of the line is maybe 25 to 30 meters, like from lane 1 to lane 8. Maybe lane 8 might be a little bit of an advantage, because the way that the bottom can is set, I think it's on the right-hand side of the course a little bit, but it's only very, very little. But
all right. So that's the results from a previous race in the Master 40, the last heat of the Master 40 plus. This is the result of the race we've just seen. So the top 6 guy advanced to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, Jakob Marquez and Piotr Golski can rest out now and enjoy a little sip of a drink on the shores of Lake Balaton under a beautiful sky.
But I miss, Mathieu. Did the elephant come and land? Where's the elephant?
You missed the elephant. It was actually unbelievable.
The elephant in the room.
And a couple of alien
invasion
spaceships. Yeah.
it is quite interesting actually looking at the starts and how the different athletes set up. Like you look at the competitor in lane 7 who's really got his hand out, he'll pull at the start. Other guys are really sinking down early on and really getting the rating up, or they're pushing really hard. So it's really interesting to see the different techniques from these junior athletes.
Yeah, lane number 5 and lane number 3 did have the best start in this second heat of the junior technical race event. The big finals are going to happen tomorrow, so make sure you tune in tomorrow for a lot of action until early afternoon. Now it's just the qualifying stage. The first heat will be followed by the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and make sure to watch the big action tomorrow morning.
Oh, someone goes down.
Ah,
Who was that? I can't see the number on the board, but it's a
Me
fanatic
neither.
paddler.
Yes, it's
Lane 7, I think it is.
lane 7. That's
Kai Carstens from Germany, would that be then? Yes.
absolutely on the fanatic board there.
Sometimes
look,
when
he's
you
doing
get
it.
caught in that wash, it just sometimes makes you wobble a little bit more, and if you're looking down, you tend to fall in. So he's probably had a bit of a mistake there, but he's only got one place to make up to get back through these heats.
Yeah. And,
We were talking about this earlier, how when you're in the back, and that's like, again, I'm so stoked to have you in here, how this water is so troubled and wobbly behind all these people. That's got to be a whole different animal to paddle like through water like that.
Absolutely, it changes the game. If you can get off the line really well and get in your own water, especially if you prefer to be in the clean water and the clean environment when you're paddling, compared to when you're back in the wash. The wash and when you're drafting makes it really, really challenging, especially when you've got a lot of paddlers who are level and you're behind them. It's really hard to find that rear draft that you're trying to get on, and it makes it much more complicated to paddle, especially on these inflatables that do flex a little bit more. So you're going to get a little bit more wobble, whereas if you're out in front, it just can make it that little bit easier. You can just protect the lead that you have, and away you go. You're probably going to win this type of race.
all right. Well, we were saying how spectacular was the course for the spectators. The fact that you can basically see the full race from start to finish. Just from the watching from the shore that's a big novelty for our sport. Actually, you can, the further they are from the shore is maybe 150 meters, and that makes it very attractive for people who've never seen this sport before.
Totally. And that was something like in the very early history of it was all ocean racing, and nobody had a clue what was going on. Everybody's in the middle of the ocean, miles and miles out, and then it was really hard to know, and that it kind of lost. It was not very attractive. But then we had played like if you look at the Battle of the Paddle, that was action packed right on the beach there with carnage, and that was really early on. Or when they had there was even a Battle of the Paddle in Honolulu for a couple of times. We had the Ultimate SUP Showdown with a great TV production way back when.
Only happened once.
Only happened once, yes. But it was all, you have to gear your production and your spectator around the race, or the race around the production and the spectators. And there is a fall, a big one, because he's holding the guy fell again. There is this number 4. I see number 4 is struggling really hard, falling again, and we don't have that on the screen.
That's
there.
Mateusz Trojanowski.
And yeah, because when he fell, he held up the other 2 guys, and with a race of 7, that means like it's really only the last person that's not going to make it through. So, boy, is he probably like paddling his soul out to make that back up.
And Antonio Serrera, lane number 3, is in a league of his own right now, just like in the B final earlier on, proving that he could have perhaps earned his place in the big final in the juniors sprints this morning. He actually won by like 25 meters in his B final. Antonio Serrera from Spain. That will be an easy qualification to the quarterfinals, especially since you have to be in the top 6 of these heats to qualify for the next round. And in lane number 5, that's Dominik Blasko from Hungary in second position.
With Antonio's looking really, really strong.
Right. So are you ready for tomorrow, Michael?
Yeah, I was out there just then trying to work out a few different fin placements for my board and different styles. That was a pretty stylistic turn, wasn't it?
Wow, it looks like a moonwalk from Michael Jackson.
Yeah, he was sliding through that turn. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. It's not really my thing normally, but I'm going to go out there and have a crack and see how I go. I've got a pretty tough semi. Andre Crater's in it, Titouan Pio, Daniel Hasulio, Claudio Nica, only for 2 spots. So it's
only for 2 spots. Good boy.
Sounds like a final.
Yeah, it sounds a bit like a final. So it's going to be all out. I don't think anyone's going to be holding back there tomorrow morning, but that's racing, and that's what that knockout style competition is. You don't really know who you're going to line up with the next round, and sometimes you get a really tough one, but that's okay.
Looking
I really
forward
like
to
the
see it.
style of Antonio Serrera now crossing the line. Is using his legs a lot. That's something that is very much overlooked when you start paddling, isn't it, Michael? The legs do have their role to play in the
I think it's what's interesting. He's just mucking around. The guy's turning his paddle around. I wasn't really sure what he's doing. But he did paddle on the outside of the finish can, so I'm not sure what that means. Or is the finish can all the way across?
I'm not sure. But that was Kirill Zvikor from Russia.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'm pretty sure he has to finish on the right-hand side of that buoy, but...
Well, there's a flag here that we can see the flag in the bottom of the screen. We don't see that from the booth right here because it is... I can't see it because the spectators. Oh, right over there he is. So they got to just go in between those 2 flags.
Okay.
That can over there. And I like how we call it buoy and you guys call it can. Is that...
It's very in Australia.
Is it in Australia?
Yeah. Kelly Margetts in I rewatched the full show from 2 years ago with Chris Parker and Kelly Margetts, and Kelly was saying can all the time.
Yeah, it's very much an Australian thing to say, but I think we're lining up for the next race. But it's what I am finding is there's a lot of different techniques out there for paddling at the moment. You're seeing top 3 and probably every athlete in that race. You can see they're all paddling in different ways. It just shows that everything works. We've got I'm not sure what kind of warrior they're showing on the screen right now. We missed it.
All right. So what's coming up, Mike?
What's coming up? My screen is reloading for the 3rd heat here. And we have, let's see, first thing I'm looking for, do we have any kind of finalists from this morning in this heat? And I don't see one. No, I do not see one here. We have 2 friends from Spain for Mathieu, and we have 1 friend from Germany for me. We have from Chile. I think, was that one and only Chilean that we had? Because I think we pointed that out yesterday.
I saw the Chilean flag a couple of times overall, but Lucas Simoncelli and Manuel Oyuela, 2 very, very strong junior paddlers from Spain, are in the lead, racing towards that crucial first buoy, just like Michael Booth was telling us a few minutes ago. Lucas Simoncelli won the silver medal in the sprints this morning, and Manuel Oyuela is a really, really top paddler in Spain, and is getting a taste this year of the international competition because he lives in the north of Spain. He makes regular trips to France to compete against the top French paddlers and achieving some great results, doing so especially at the Vendée Glisse back in June, and more recently in Bordeaux. He was on the podium in a Coupe de France event, and is in 2nd position now in lane number 6. Lane number 3, that's János Pesti from Hungary, and followed by lane number 2, that's Mikolav Matuszewski. But there's a big gap already behind the
look,
guy
number
in
3 in
third
position number 3 and number 4 are battling hard there for that inside spot there, and and the inside guy went in. The inside guy just landed in the water, and he had such an advantage on that first buoy turn, and that's going to cost him. That's going to cost him. That's a costly mistake there. And I can't see anybody coming around there. There they are. A pack of 4 is
And the battle is raging in the back
Yes.
to avoid those deadly position of 7 and 8, because if you do end up in 7th or 8th position, you're just left out of the competition. So you at least have to finish 5th or 6th in order to get to the next round. It's a few missed strokes in the back, but Lucas Simoncelli is reaching buoy number 3 from Spain. He's got 2 medals around his neck already. Lucas, he won the long distance yesterday. He won silver this morning and is in the lead now in this 3rd heat of the technical junior men's race, followed by his compadre Manuel Oyuela, also from Spain, but this guy is from Somo, Cantabria, or from Noja Cantabria, in the north of Spain. Great technique there.
I've actually met Manuel a few times. He was one of the young kids who used to come down to the San Sebastian event on the Euro Tour, and we used to get a photo every year. And they used to call, or they probably still do, but they call him Fish Boy. So he's always been around the water. He's always loved to paddle, and I think the Spanish have got such a fantastic program for the juniors coming through. And you do feel like when you're there, you as a senior athlete, you're a bit more of a celebrity. But yeah, I think lining up here and you're seeing the different techniques that people are using. Manuel's kind of shifting his hips a little bit more, whereas the athlete in front,
Lucas Simoncelli.
Yeah, he's sort of keeping his hips a little bit more still, but still shifting them a little bit. And then you're looking at the different buoy turns as well.
Wow.
They both sort of step back. One's going backside, one's going foreside, depending on which leg they feel more comfortable at the back.
And looking so comfortable as well. And the younger they are, the more agile they are, it seems.
They weigh less, and it's much more easy. I definitely struggle with turns. I think someone fell a couple of times from Poland the last race, and I was just thinking of my race yesterday when I fell. And I was like, I feel exactly like that. So it happens to everybody.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, actually, being a sit-down paddler for so many years, obviously doing canoe sprints and ocean racing, what did you feel? Obviously, you can paddle and for long distances and very in a very powerful manner. But what about those turns when you discovered the world of SUP racing? How did you approach?
I really struggled. I remember racing Pacific Paddle Games when I was at Salt Creek, and I could paddle in a straight line really well, and then I'd get to the can and I'd fall off. And I'd paddle the next can, I'd get to the can and fall off, or the buoy, sorry, I should say. And I just had to learn. I didn't know how to trim my board either. I could obviously paddle. I had the kayaking and the surf ski and the surf life-saving background. So it's all about just going out, surfing on my board, walking back and down it, and just practicing the turns. And practice makes better, I guess. It doesn't make perfect. I'm definitely not perfect, but I've definitely gotten better at it, and I'm more confident. But the turning and the skills is something that you've really got to practice, and you've got to be able to do it when you're tired as well. That's something that I've struggled with, or I did struggle with yesterday when my legs were gone. I really struggled with my turns.
And 2 Spaniards in the lead in this 3rd heat of the technical junior men's race. That's Lucas Simoncelli and Manuel Oyuela. Those 2 guys already have some medals around their neck. Lucas Simoncelli's got 2, a gold one and a silver one. And Manuel Oyuela has got a silver medal in the long distance, I'm pretty sure. I'm starting to lose some.
We're starting to lose.
some
I mean, like,
here, but
I see a Spanish flag. I think there's a medal somewhere somehow. It's like because the Spanish juniors are just something else. They leave such a mark.
Like 6 out of the 8 in the 200. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible, and speaks to their mentorship that they have and they're developing in their country.
Well, Spain is just a country that loves paddling, really. Like, you look at the events like the Sella de Sant, they're really into that. They're into their kayaking, their canoeing.
Ocean racing.
Ocean racing. They're it's like a national sport. They're similar to paddling in Hungary, actually.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, so there's an event called the Sella de Sant. It's a 20-kilometer race, kayak race down a river in the north of Spain, I believe. And it's one of the biggest paddling races in the world, and everyone lines the river and watches, and it's an incredible sight. There's thousands of athletes racing, and I know a few of my friends have done it. It's definitely a bucket list race.
Learning a lot about the sit-down paddle world here from all sorts of people here that I must admit I had zero to nothing to do with for pretty much my entire life.
Yeah, well, it's different when you're coming from the Swiss skateboarding ranks and
Yeah, for sure.
moving to Hawaii and obviously getting involved in the surfing and then the SUP paddling. So I guess there's obviously different origins of paddle sports and water sports depending on where you grow up, because I've learned to appreciate the European paddling culture, the American paddling culture, because it's all different. Like the Australian paddling culture is obviously different as well, because a lot of kids grow up doing surf lifesaving, so that's their first sort of action in the water, and then they might move into surfing or all those different sports. So Europe is more kayaking. You see the young kids in Hungary and that type of thing, like paddling kayaks from age of 6. So it's pretty incredible.
Yes, it is. Yes, it really is. And it shows what a great diversity is. And we all share one thing in common, is the passion for the water, whether if it's fresh water, if it's flowing white water or salt water. Look at these kids. Passion for the water.
Yeah, and this is Aaron Sanchez over there, gold medal this morning, the sprints in lane number 2, or lane number 2. But the best start seems to be had by lane number 7, Petra Rolena, a very good sprinter as well. But this is not a sprint competition; it's a technical race event. As we were saying earlier on, you need to get in good position at that first buoy for you to be able to stay in those top 6 athletes in order to qualify for the rest of the race. Obviously, no mistake to be made in this at this stage in order to make it through to the quarterfinals.
And here is your body, Aaron Sanchez. And I think Spanish, I think medal, I see Aaron, I see Sanchez, I see a gold medal from this morning.
Exactly.
With the 200 meters in just a little bit over a minute. But not
on
just
a 12.6 inflatable board.
On a 12.6 inflatable board, yeah. Actually, no shit about that. So, and there you have it. Spanish flag medal. Juniors are cleaning up from Spain. I think there's going to be a lot of, or not going to be, there are a lot of proud parents looking at their guys, at their groms, growing up to become strong paddlers.
Well, if I was other countries, I'd be looking at what the Spanish are doing and trying to replicate it, because they've clearly put a good program together.
Yes.
And you're really seeing the fruition of this program. And in the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to see world champions, potential Olympians, I guess, as well. So I think other countries need to catch up. And that's why I mentioned about Paddle Australia this morning. If you're listening, I think you should be doing a little bit more.
Yes, we were talking about this yesterday, and there is definitely, some countries are further ahead than others. And some countries haven't done a whole lot yet at all. So,
yeah, I was actually talking to Laura Ketglas, who's been very active with the kids for years now, and she was telling me, you know, what's happening right now with the Spanish youth is the result of years of coaching the kids and actually having fun. She definitely precised that thought. It's important for the kids to just enjoy themselves, and when you get together every Saturday, every Wednesday afternoon, or after outside of school, and have fun with your buddies, and you do a little bit of a competition on the weekend. Well, you've got friends for life, and while learning your technique at the same time, and the result is that when you've got enough muscles to take on the athletes from worldwide, well, you're likely to get on the podium.
very well said.
I just saw there's quite an interesting battle happening in 5th and 6th at the moment. I thought it was 6th and 7th, so they're actually both safe, but they just ran into each other a little bit on that third can, and I'm not sure which one got on top of the other one, but yeah, it was very, very tight. Can't see their numbers.
Yes, I saw that too. It's tough on the numbers.
My eyes aren't that good.
No, that's why I'm wearing glasses right now, because I now that in the morning it's hard because we have the sunlight shining into the booth, and now we have the sun from behind, and my glasses are definitely helping me out. But I need the screen here. We can see the numbers on the screen, but here you cannot tell the numbers.
Yeah, it's all straight on. But Aaron Sanchez is really just taking this from the front and just cruising through this heat. It's nice, comfortable buoy turn there. You watch the different turns that people are doing. Like I always say to on the turns, try and do nice and safe turns, like nice little short, sharp strokes. You've got some guys who do the really long swing backs. I find that for me that's a little bit unstable sometimes because you get caught behind, you go through someone else's wash, you might have a fall. So there's all these decisions that you've got to be making throughout these course races that to try and make sure that you're not falling off, that you're making your best decisions the whole way through.
Do you actually practice some drills specifically for that?
Yeah, in training you'll definitely be focusing on your turns, the different step back turns, because obviously you've got you can jump back and turn the foot and step back, or you've got the side step, and you've also got the cross step all the way back. At the moment I've been doing the cross step, but sometimes when I'm more unstable I'll just jump back and I'll do different things all the time. I'm definitely not the most elite turner, but they're probably the three ways that I would recommend to when you're teaching kids or you're teaching people who are paddling SUP. They're the three safety turns I think that you should be able to do it in all races.
Yeah. And actually I find...
there is a side.
That's a cross step.
And
there's a side step.
They must have heard. I think they heard what we said, and they said, "Okay, let's do a little showcase here."
Showcase.
That's perfect. Thank you, Gabor. Good job.
Come on, show us the which one is missing.
Actually, the guy in third place actually just did a jump back and step. So they're all showing the different ways that you can get around the cans. One thing I do notice with a lot of paddlers is that they tend to look down at their paddler or at their board when they're paddling. It tends to be more efficient and probably opens your stroke up a little bit more if you are looking forward to that 1 to 2 lengths and gazing towards where you're going. But you'll see the first two guys here really looking down, and it's obviously working for them. But I always try and say that you are a little bit more efficient, a little bit more open if you do get that head up and those eyes looking forward.
So who's got the best buoy turn you reckon in the open men's?
Oh, that's an interesting one. I know Connor's obviously got a very good front side turn. He does that like sort of switch across. You see Bruno Silvio do it as well. Tituan is very clinical with his turns as well because he's obviously on little boards, and when he steps back he gets a nice little like tick through. And then you've got like Casper Steinfath is very, very good at getting through his sprint turns as well. So like everyone's got their own little different way to turn that no one really turns exactly the same, but I guess the guy gets to the can first is always going to do the best turns. He's got the cleanest water.
And we got pretty much everybody moving through here because there's only 7 guys except for lane number 1, and that is my countryman from Switzerland. Oh, no. What I'm talking earlier, there's another guy behind. The gap has opened up so much. So my countryman from Switzerland.
Lane number 1
Malroy,
is
yeah, that's Malroy making it through.
6, so
yeah, Malroy Muniz.
True. And you were right to
there's
say
one more
7,
there.
So
Malroy's actually been my neighbour in the board rack, so I've got to know him and his father.
Oh, cool! That's awesome.
The past few days and sent me some photos and that type of thing. So he's actually switched his boards. He went to something a little bit more stable for the technical racing. He found that the board that he was on was a little bit too narrow on the inflatable. So good to see him getting through his heat.
Cool. And the one, sadly, the Greek. Theodoros Moschos.
Yeah, he still has that big smile on his face. I think he's just happy to be here, and that's fair enough. For the Greek Theodoros, that we saw the Greek win gold medal this morning in the top in the Master 50 plus women's division in the sprints, and that's also a first. Very exciting to see a new country on top of the podium, and actually there's a strong contingent of Greeks in this competition. And we're moving on to the next heat. Sorry.
And we have another Spaniard and another medal. Because Luca Simoncelli in lane number 2 also was second this morning behind Aaron Sanchez that we just saw. So there you have it.
And
the Spanish
Natapat Koman from Thailand.
Yay.
Here, so
we know him by now.
A lot of comments from the Thai community, just like this morning. Lane number 6 got the best start. That's Himre Xanki from Hungary, but Natapat Koman is not too far behind. Shoulder to shoulder, actually might have the inside advantage at the first buoy. Was still 80 meters away from that first buoy. Natapat Koman from Thailand, I think is Thailand's champion in SUP racing. Works with Daniel Studio and Trevor Tillington, and I think Daniel puts together a great event now in Thailand. But yes, he's got more than full boss length of advantage on Imre Ksanki in second position right now, and lane number 5 is third with Stanislav Tadla from Poland. Lane number 2, that's Mark Simoncelli. All these guys have to do is secure a top 6 position to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Clement really went off quite strong there, and he really took to the field. He's still going quite hard, so probably can back off a little bit and really conserve his energy for the upcoming races. But yeah, they've got a great starboard team coming out of Thailand this trip, and it's great to see. Just even like Thai people are able to come across and travel quite a long way to come to Europe and be able to compete at this event.
Very cool.
Yeah, absolutely, and probably more to come in the future with so many manufacturers established in Thailand. We mentioned Starboard, NSB, and Sonora, among others. Most likely also Blackfish paddles being manufactured in Thailand as well.
The Florida brand with it? Oh no, that's Flying Fish.
Flying Fish, yeah, no.
Sorry.
Blackfish paddles. It's Canadian / Thailand brand. And yes, Natapat Koman in the lead on an inflatable starboard board, and we've got Mam Butsarin, Chakit Songron, and Sirichai Sanskri rooting for the Thai national Natapat Koman, who was in the final this morning, or was he in the final, or was he in the final B?
Sadly, I only have a screenshot here of Final A, and Napatat is not on the Final A juniors here from this morning.
So we've got a few people tuning in from the Starboard HQ in Thailand. So g'day guys, I hope you guys are doing really well over there. Hopefully get over to see you early next year. Fingers crossed with the pandemic.
And is Svein Rasmussen watching? That's
well, I have heard that there is a lot of guys watching all the events in Thailand. They've had it up on the big screen in the HQ, and I guess the team is really getting behind all the riders. There's been not a lot of racing happening for a long time, so it's
probably scouting some new up-and-coming people here, I would assume. If you're a brand, you want to pay attention to what's going on here with the juniors.
Yeah, I think his name is Flem. Yeah, I did actually meet him the other morning. I'm not sure if it's the same name or not, but yeah, I met Flem the other morning. We had a good chat walking back to the hotel, and he seems like a good young man. He's really racing quite strongly and loves the sport, and it's his first international trip ever overseas. So he's doing incredibly well in this heat. So let's hope to see more of it throughout the rounds.
So Starboard International must have the big screen out for 3 days of World Championship action at Starboard HQ on Lake Taco in Bangkok. Ping, hello Ping, where is Ping? Ping, marketing manager for the SUP.
Oh, we've actually got, so we were just talking about a few of the manufacturers that are coming out of Thailand. We've actually got Danu, who's actually the chairman or the CEO of Cobra Online here. So, g'day Danu, glad to see you're watching, and he's actually supporting Flem from Thailand. So great to see everyone out there supporting. We've got a fair few comments coming through, so it's great to see you guys, and hope to see you soon.
What time is it over there? It's 4 o'clock here. How many hours are they ahead? It must be late.
6 or 7 hours ahead
of us. It must be late in Thailand.
So that's Flem?
I believe so, yes it is.
Okay, so I've got his official name as Natapat Koman, so that must be either his nickname or his...
I didn't know him as Natapat until right now, so I believe he is Flem, and he's a great young man. He's charging away from everybody at the moment. It's 9:53, Danu tells us, so thanks for tuning in.
So it's...
That's awesome, thanks for that info.
Is Flem just like your booth here in? Right then, I guess maybe his nickname.
Yeah, maybe. Can someone tell us is Flem Natapat's nickname?
His nickname is.
Okay, we're getting lots of info here. His nickname is Flem.
Thank you,
That's an
Canoe.
awesome performance by him. Really blew the field away this morning, or this
Right.
afternoon, should I say rather.
Yeah, cross-stepping here on his ball there. Very agile kid. How old is he? 15?
I'm
He's 15.
I'm pretty sure he is. I can get an email out that'll tell me how old he is, but I did get a photo with him the other day.
Let me find out. Yeah, Natapat is 15, or shall I say Flam is 15. And he's been practicing SUP for the past 2 years. And he won the SUP Nationals in Thailand in 2020. And as you were saying, this is his first tournament outside of the country, outside of Thailand.
I think it's actually his first trip outside of Thailand.
Ooh, look at the foot there on the leash.
Oh, wow.
That's a little bit of interesting stuff.
Well caught by the production crew.
I wonder how are the rules working for this event?
I do not
Is it
know.
quite, like, do you know, is there any specific rules for turning or anything like that? Do we have a rule book?
They're working on one, and the last conversation what I had was when they were talking about is when does the buoy turn start? And they're saying like, oh, when your feet change to a different stance to start initiating the turn. And that was the conversation that I was overhearing what they were talking about. And then the whole conversation was like, well, somebody could switch their feet to initiate a turn then earlier than others. And when does it, how do you really put that into, into some sort of a concept? So,
And then if you rail steer a turn, then how is that?
yeah, but I'm glad I'm not have to be the one that is figuring that out. And that actually concludes our junior guys. We're moving on to the ladies now. Same progression here. We have the ladies, and we have 19 heats ahead of us, people, until we conclude. Not 19 heats in different classes, but that's what I counted. We have 4 women master, 2 women master 50, followed by 2 master 40, and then we have 3 heats with the junior girls, and then we are moving into quarterfinals with all the classes we were just talking about.
And as we could see,
We have Petra from Austria getting off nice and strong here in lane 7.
She's one of your students, right?
I've been working with her. She's come away with a bronze medal so far
She's
in the
great.
championships, and she's doing, really great performances. So it's really nice to see.
Tell us how that works, Michael. How can we be coached by you?
For training, I basically just writing programs online for people, working back and forth with their programming, writing down. They obviously sync their watches. I can see all their workouts, and we go back and forth constantly, just trying to work out what's best for them, working out their balance, working out when they can train, and creating all that, perfect balance training.
It looks like lane number 3 and lane number 5 wanted to swap lanes.
Yeah.
Here with Diva Hatami going on her right, but check out Penny Tsao too, the new gold medalist in the sprints, now in second position behind Diva Hatami, but she's got the inside advantage there on the NSP. But Diva is pushing hard to get to that first buoy. In this heat, it's interesting to see that 1 and 2 go to final A, so the first 2 spots are crucial.
Oh, big fall here from the leader.
Oh,
Diva has a fall in. Really important that she's struggling to get back on. So Petra might.
She's struggling.
They're all really caught up here.
Losing a lot of time here.
But Petra's jumped ahead, so this has worked out well for.
Oh, she's upset. She needs to climb on her board from the back, not over the rail with a dog out. That's got to be hard.
Yeah, she really got caught up with her paddle there too, sort of having it underneath her. So hopefully she can get back on and get back to where she was.
And it looks like Petra has taken advantage of that, now positioning herself in second position.
Yeah, she did everything right up to that point, but unfortunately she had a fall, and that's like kind of the end of the race probably from here.
Well, she's in 5th position right now, so she's going to have to paddle hard in order to get back to the front. So nothing is over yet, but it's going to be a tough procedure for her to reach the big final now. No problem, however, for Penny Tsao, the new gold medalist.
You're counting 6 paddlers, right, Mathieu?
Excuse me?
You're counting 6 paddlers. I just double-checked that. And my list, I have 8 here, so where's the rest?
Yeah, so I think maybe this is like the first
1,
heat,
2,
so two people
3,
maybe haven't
4,
started.
5, 6.
That's correct, but you still have to do 1 and 2 to reach position 1 and 2 in order to move forward.
Right, but I have 8 starters here on my list, and I'm only counting 6 people out there.
Yeah, well, 2
Where are the other 2?
They're probably in the plane.
The elephant took the elephant took him while I was having a
What does
coffee.
this talk about the elephant? I'm not aware of this.
A little inside joke because
Inside
Mathieu
joke.
was gone for a while, and I told him what he missed and how it was all crazy. And then I said, "Okay, now I'm going to have to go and take a bathroom break." And he said, "Don't make sure nothing is going to happen while I'm gone." And he said, like, there's going to be an elephant falling from the sky.
Falling from the sky.
Yeah, and so now the elephant has been with us over the last 7 heats.
So the top 2.
You're the elephant, mate.
Yeah. The top 2, I think, here have really broken away here. So as long as they don't make any mistakes, I think that we'll see lane 2 going through.
That's a Penny Sautu, the new sprint champion in the 50+ category, and Petra Pifler, who also has a medal, I think, in the long distance from yesterday,
Yeah.
from Austria. And yeah, 2 NSPs up in front. And let's see if Diva Hatami from Israel, who's got a lot of support actually from Israel. I saw lots of people rooting earlier on for her in the comments. Let's see if she manages to recover from her huge mistake at the first buoy. She's still in 5th position, so it's going to be a tough. It's going to be very tough for her to get back to the top of the race. It looks like position 1 and 2 are already secured by Penny and Petra. Still have 1 buoy to go, buoy number 7.
And what you'll find too is once you do have a fall off like that, it's very hard to get your momentum back. For me, for example, yesterday once I fell, I really found it hard to get back going again, especially in that 1,000 meters or this 900 meter race that we're doing at the moment. It's really challenging once you're like fully powered up to drop in the water and your body stops, the body temperature changes, and you can't really get going again. So, and now Diva's obviously back in the wake as well. It's going to be really challenging for her to push back through in this final section.
Sprint race.
Here comes the SUP 1 board,
Pretty fast, but also Petra.
designed in Australia, I guess.
Yeah, designed in Australia, but made in Canoe in Vietnam. So a few of the boards are made out in Vietnam, a few boards are made in China, and a few boards are made in Thailand, from what I understand. And there are obviously ones getting made in Europe now as well. So the boards are kind of pretty international.
Yeah. And Paul and Angela Jackson are behind this brand, if I'm correct.
Yes, yeah. Angie and Jacko, they created one SUP maybe, I'm going to say 4 years ago. They created their brand, and they've been going really well from what I understand, and it's great to see that boards designed Australia are over here in Europe.
Yeah, very cool to see. Awesome couple, by the way. They were also like from the very beginning, when the Waterman League, before it was the APP, they would come to Turtle Bay. But that was back 11, 12 already. They were like really, back then they were both for Fnatic.
Yeah, just one of the originals of the sport.
Absolutely.
But let's probably wrap up this race. It's good to see those two going through.
Yeah, and Natalia Fan from Slovenia will join the other athletes to the semi-final. Yeah, everyone's moving to the semi-final because we've got 6 paddlers. So there's another chance apparently to
here's the turn.
to
What
qualify.
has she done? Oh, she's got bumped off by the can. So it's when she's turned on the backside, she's just got a little hit from the can, and sometimes that's enough to throw you in. Then there's a little bit of a panic, I guess, trying to get back onto your board. And I've been there. I did that yesterday, so it happens to everybody.
And she was in the lead, right? With
very
Penny in second, and here she comes.
Congratulations to Diva Hatami.
Diva Hatami is now crossing the line, as you can see on your screen. Is she? No, that's the replay from earlier on with Penny and Petra crossing in 1 and 2 the finish line, and therefore qualifying for the big final tomorrow. But there's going to be a second chance for the girls in this particular heat because they were 6. All of them go through the semi-final, so there's going to be another chance either today or tomorrow to make it through to the final. So Diva has got another shot.
Yeah, I just realised that. So the first 2 to the A final, and then 3 to 6 to a semi-final. So they must be taking maybe 2 more people or 4 more people out of the semi-final. So, but it's nice to obviously have that rest and not have to back up and do another race. But here we go again.
In the semi-finals.
And we're missing lane number 1 in this one. I'm counting 7 people. Oh, now I get it. I'm being thrown off. My list is only going 2 to 8. There is no lane number 1. So we are the Canudas, or the sisters, I assume. Much you would know, we have Silvia and Beatrix Canudas with lane number 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're sisters. I assume so as well. Silvia Canudas is the long distance world champion from yesterday in this 50 plus category. But Sarah Odera has been looking very, very strong from the beginning. She's got a couple of medals around her neck as well. On the SIC board there from Italy, Sarah Odera. The battle is on between those 2 SIC boards, 2 RS boards, and Silvia Canudas, who's more of a long distance paddler, actually. She did the Dordogne Integral, 130 kilometers, and she won the Tarnwater race in June. That's 78 kilometers down the River Tarn in the southeast of France.
You've also got the South African there in lane 4 right on the inside, so it's going to be quite tight as they come into this first can. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, whether the girls are going to give each other room or they're all fighting for that A final.
And then lane change. We talked about lanes this morning, so you want to definitely be on a low numbered lane because that gives you the inside of the buoy.
Yeah. But it can also be a little bit precarious because when you're turning, especially on your backside turn, you're not going to have a lot of place to put your paddle in. And you saw Diva in that previous heat, she went a little bit too close to the can and fell in, and then the people on the outside of her were able to get around. So it really depends on what happens on the heat and on the can, but generally it's always better to be on the inside.
It looks like this first buoy did some good to Silvia Canudas from Spain, from Mallorca. Now with a 15-meter, 10-meter lead.
Yeah, the Spanish storm continues.
The Spanish storm. That's so funny you were saying that.
La tormenta española.
Can I call it that? I feel like it's quite
because I was thinking of the Brazilian storm in the surf world.
Yeah.
And it is definitely a little a Spanish storm happening here in Hungary.
Everywhere. There's a couple of people in every race, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think they showed up with somewhat 40 people. Yeah. They're one of the bigger teams here on the premises.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see a heat go through without someone from Spain.
Yeah. So true.
What do you think about that buoy turn right there, Michael? Like she almost turned 180 degrees towards the back of her board.
Yeah, El Mari's gone very wide here. I'm not sure how that's an advantage for her, but hopefully she can get around and get back into the inside.
It looks like the girl in 4th position is now taking 2nd, thanks to that. The people, the athletes in position 2 and 3 went super far away from the buoy, and now the battle is on for position number 2.
Yeah, it's quite a tight battle here.
With the South African in the lead. Back in the lead, reaching buoy number 4, can number 4.
Yes.
Can number 4. Here we go, another crossbow turn from El Mari. So she's kind of really holding up the pack here. So it's actually not too bad. She's kind of forcing all the other girls to do the same thing, and they can't really get around her. So somebody, if they can get on her inside, do a big
number
turn.
8.
Well,
just took a little dive.
El Mari Renekol should be really careful with her buoy turns, because that could be very costly in the. If she does manage to qualify for the final, that could be very costly in the final.
But Sylvia just seems to be very comfortable blowing them away, having really comfortable buoy turns. Nice little cross step looking back. And
textbook.
Yeah, textbook sort of turns for our 50-plus athlete.
Can I send you my video of my buoy turn for analysis? Do you offer that in your service?
Yeah, absolutely. I do all sorts of video analysis for people. So, yeah, I would really like to see your buoy turn.
Well, I don't think I've ever done mine in my
Let's do
life.
it now. Let's do it now.
Yeah, we'll get after the broadcast.
All I know is
going around the cans, around the course.
we should have maybe like a little bit of a media race after. Wouldn't that be kind of like for everybody's amusement?
Yeah,
Let's get the kooks out.
All right.
I don't think I've ever done a buoy turn in my life. All I've ever done was downwind races and some channel crossings, and that's about it. I can pride myself with.
Good paddling technique here from Silvia Canudas. Very straight shaft when she goes straight. Obviously, she had to turn a little bit on the right after this sixth buoy, reaching now the seventh buoy. But in second, we've got the South African athlete Elmarie Reneko, who managed to keep her second position, therefore qualifying potentially, virtually, to a big final tomorrow. So the chase is on, and she looks behind her to see how comfortable is her lead. Taking into account that
We'll see it on
she's
the buoy
not
here.
super comfortable at buoy turns. We could have a last upset in this heat.
She's going so wide.
But the lady behind her is doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's watch out for the fourth one, who could be taking advantage of that those mistakes. There's going to be a sprint finish here.
Yeah, she's got
between those three ladies, but it looks like when there's a straight line, the South African Elmarie Reneko
I think she's got
is
about
not
half a length at the moment.
is not doing badly. She just has to work a little bit more on her buoy turns.
She's digging. She must be doing a lot of downwinders too. That's why probably.
Yeah, well, that's South Africa. In South Africa, downwinding is a bit of a thing. So if she's from Cape Town or Durban, where guys and girls are doing a lot of downwinders, it's definitely something that that they really enjoy. But I've got probably a soft spot for the South Africans because I have raced and travelled with a lot of them, and especially through the surf ski era. So it's fantastic to see the South Africans here this weekend.
And Sara Odera from Italy will have to wait for the semi-finals tomorrow in order to try and qualify for the big final. But Silvia Canudas, super happy.
Yeah, very
there.
dominant performance.
Absolutely. And she's been from the beginning of this international event here on Lake Balaton. She's got a gold medal already in the long distance.
Really good crossbow turn as well on that cam where she knew she couldn't put a paddle in. She just got the paddle straight across to the other side and got the gap really quickly.
Great performance by Silvia. Big smile on her face in sunny Balatonfüred, Hungary.
And we have, that's going to be action-packed here. We have this morning's winner, the German powerhouse, Susie Lear here coming up in the next heat.
Yeah.
They're already started as I'm calling it out. Holy moly, they're faster than we are there. Look at that. These girls just clearing out the area behind the finish line, and we already have the first heat of the Technical Master Plus 40 with our morning winner here. And there is no Spanish person.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
And check out.
You need a bathroom break, Matthew?
No, I
now
don't.
it's one to take.
Yeah.
Because when there's Spanish people on the premises, we need you.
Okay, so just when I'm trying to say something serious, you guys are making fun of me. Look who's on the left-hand side of Susan Lear. It's Etzer Ratzowski, who almost won the sprint this morning. There was a big battle for first place this morning. Susan Lear almost lost her first place. And Etzer has got some strong canoe background, I believe. She's from Hungary. But Susan Lear is proving that she's the champ of this 40-plus category once again. In the lead, she's got a lot of experience. She's been SUP racing for many, many years. She's been active in many under many different roles and many different brands as well that she represented either as a paddler or as a salesperson. And she's now on a Sonova board. So Martin Janke is probably proud of her achievements so far with 2 gold medals in the long distance yesterday and in the sprints this morning, and she's got a very comfortable lead now after that first buoy turn. Susan Lear from Germany, who lives in Fuerteventura, trains a lot, and maybe a little bit less now that she's got a baby.
I can say she has been training pretty hard, because I've actually had the pleasure of working with her this year, and she has come away with the 2 gold medals this event so far in the 40s. And it was a bit of a discussion we had in Prague about whether she should do the 40s or do the opens, and I was like, you can be a champion, or maybe you're getting the top 10s in the opens. You sort of had to be a bit realistic with it, but she's doing the job so far. She won the sprint, she won the distance, and she's getting it all done. She's breastfeeding in between every event. She's on the tour with Bella, going race to race, in between, living in the van. So she's just doing an awesome job, and I think she's taking motherhood with a stride. They got young by Meaty. And we've got a bit of a challenge around this can. Just nearly falling on the can as well.
It's Ratsotski from Hungary, who won silver this morning. She lost her balance at buoy number 3, and we've got 2 Susan and 2 Germans in the lead. That's Susan Lear and Susan Meyer. Sonova Lightboard Corp and Starboard now with Edszer Ratsotski from Hungary in 3rd position, but only 1 and 2 will be able to progress straight away to the quarterfinals. The other 4 all the way to the 6th position will have to wait for a semi-final race tomorrow morning.
This battle for 2nd place is nice and tight. They're really holding up each other on the cans. They're sort of playing a bit of tactical game. So it's going to be interesting coming into this final sprint. Who's going to take that 2nd spot? Suzanne, as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, obviously Susan Lear in the lead. As long as she doesn't make any mistakes, I think she'll be going through quite comfortably. But yeah, it's going to be interesting for that 2nd spot straight to the final.
Yeah, very nice technique there from Suzanne. She's also very active on the Euro Tour as an organizer. Bela Diaz, her husband, being the founder of the Euro Tour. While Suzanne is on the water, Bela is taking care of the baby.
Yeah, that's it. He's definitely taking on the daddy duties when Susie's racing, and she's been doing fantastic throughout the year, and it's been great to see her being able to balance obviously both things. But she's also working heavily for the Euro Tour, setting things up, doing the social media. It's very much a team thing now for both of them, and I think they're doing an amazing job to create this tour, and I think it's something that's really helped myself and a lot of other athletes become somewhat more known in the sport. Like, it's given us the opportunity to travel to different events. Like, these events linked up with the travel is great. But we've still got this battle going on in 2nd and 3rd. I'm not really sure who's going to take it.
Well, it looks like Esther wants it really bad, because she's not giving up and pushing very, very hard. But I don't know Susan Meyer, but she looks very comfortable in her Lightboard Corp board there.
Yeah, Esther's got the inside on this can here, so it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen.
Well, it's happening now. Last buoy, and Esther takes a bit more risks, going to the tail of her board. And the sprint is on between Susan Meyer and Esther Raskowski for a straight qualification to the big final tomorrow. One of them will have to go through the semis tomorrow. Susan Meyer looks good. Do you know anything about her, Mike?
She looks very well. Did we have her this morning? Because I was trying to place her name in some sort of a box of memory, but I could not. And she's emerging really well here. Maybe a little bit of a German dark horse here. But look at this. Okay. But it looks like the last word has not been spoken. And number 6 here actually has now. She is really. Going really. Oh, I remember, of course, she was in the long distance on the podium. Yes, I remember because of her face. That was her, not because of the name, but yes, she was on the podium. She's a doctor. I looked up her Instagram because I posted. She's a doctor for addiction prevention and things like this. So, very impressive. I don't think too many people with a doctorate in the medical field. We have it in the race here. So, Fantastic.
So
Good
Susan
for her.
here takes the win. Susan Meyer gets second, and Esther has to go through rapid charge.
That's correct. Yeah, Susan Meyer, she's actually 44, and you are absolutely right, Mike. She's a doctor, and she's got 2 kids, 5 and 7, just like mine. The age of mine.
Amazing.
And yeah, she's from her sports CV here that I can see on my sheet. She's super active on the German national circuit.
Gosh. And you know, I pull my hat to everybody that does this, but then doing it with kids, that's a whole next level. That managing your time with kids is a whole different thing than when you're on your own. And finding time and achieving things like this when you have kids, it's just, I you know, like same with Euro Tour Bellar and Susie, or with Suzanne Meyer, just unbelievable when you do this kind of achievements with kids. And Boothie here will know about all of that here in a very, very short time.
Yeah, tell us about that, Michael.
Yeah, so
are you getting ready?
Young. Oh, we don't know what gender it is yet, but we'll have a kid on the way in January, so it's going to be exciting, another challenge, and really looking forward to it. Yeah.
Well, the first question I have is, are you the daddy?
As far as I know. Let's hope so. I'll definitely know if it comes out a different colour or something like that. But yeah, we planned everything, and we decided to do that rather than get married just due to the pandemic. So we'll be getting married, I think, September next year. So it's all happening.
Wow.
Very cool. Congratulations. That's awesome.
The next heat. Oh yeah, we've got that Swede Charlotte Williamson in there.
And we have Andrea Kämmerer from Germany, a third from this morning. No, excuse me. No, that's it. That's
Yeah,
she was
And Sonia Taylor.
Yeah.
She's very good, and good start by Evie Mahoney from Switzerland.
So Andrea's taken the lead early here. Yeah, you saw Sondra in the final of the sprints as well, and Andrea's just really blowing away off the line, showing her early speed that she had in that final of the 200 meters before.
Yeah, she's strong. She is one. I've been writing results down on my website for so many years, and her name always comes up on the top of the list in Germany all the time.
Yeah, she's a very passionate racer, and she's doing awesome things.
So SIC and Infinity up in front for position 1 and 2, the two positions that qualify you for the big final straight away tomorrow morning. Positions 3 to 6 will have to go through repêchage tomorrow morning as well, and losing potentially some energy tomorrow morning if they want to do well in the big final. Lane number 2, that's Charlotte Williamson in 3rd position. She's going to have to try harder if she wants that second spot, or first or second spot, but Andrea Kämmerer looks very comfortable here on the buoy turn on the SIC board. Infinity board coming up with Evie Mahoney from Switzerland, and here comes Charlotte Williamson. Very slowish turn actually in comparison to the first two, so they're thus losing even more ground to the first two athletes, who seem to now will have to be able to have a pretty comfortable lead to secure their qualification for tomorrow's big final.
Yeah, Andrew's had a really good start here, and obviously a great start to the championships as well. I think she finished in 5th in the distance race, and she's finished 3rd this morning in the 200 metres. So she's having an excellent competition, and you can tell that she's really focused on her stroke. She's been working pretty hard on that, and it's just great to see her leading from the way. Charlotte Williamson was actually from Sweden. I got to meet her over the past few weeks. She's a bit of a laugh, and she loves her racing, so that's great to see. And obviously Sonia's been around for a long time and really loves that sprinting style racing. So it's great to see them all battling it out here in the heat of the 40+ women.
Yes, very cool. And once again, just to point out how the dedication and the pride of these athletes, and the platform that they're getting to showcase what they do on an international level. Because again, all local heroes here. Oh, we have a little bit of a convolution there in buoy number 3.
Lots of rail steering going on there, but that's what you see when you rail steer. People are just getting held up. Maybe I've got to start doing that myself.
Mm-hmm.
to go to the semi-final.
Can be a tactic, I suppose.
And for every mistake in the back, there's some more ground gained at the front with Andrea Kammerer and Evie Mahoney securing their positions of 1 and 2 in this second heat of the Master 40 Plus Women's Technical Race. More racing coming up, and heat racing, and quarterfinals as well. And tomorrow we will have semi-finals and finals of the technical race, and we'll finish off with the men's in the open division. And I look forward to that. Actually, you might be in there, Michael.
Yeah, I'll be there in the semi-finals. We'll see if I make it through to the finals. But I've actually got to leave you guys. I've just realised I'm like 25 minutes late for a starboard signing over at the tent just over here. So I'll tune back in if you guys are still here in about half an hour.
Awesome. So nice to have you, Michael. Very great insight.
Absolutely.
Mahalo.
Right.
Yes, we're learning so much from Michael here. I'm really stoked on having him in here. That's definitely a great addition here to our commentary. And the insight, like getting the insight from somebody that is racing and knows how it is out there, like
and
all the time.
And following some of those races actually, and knowing them personally, being their coach.
Yeah, very cool stuff.
So Andrea Kammerer once again shows that she knows her stuff, reaching the last buoy, taking, one 90-degree turn there.
She might as well just finish that under 6 minutes.
She could do. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's a tough cookie.
But she's
looking strong.
And really, with that extra lead that she's got now after that textbook turn.
And a very nice fluid paddle stroke.
She just has to focus on crossing the line and conserving a bit of energy for tomorrow's race. One last race for Andrea Kammerer tomorrow morning. The big final is approaching. Only 40 meters to go for Andrea Kammerer to reach that big final A, while on the infinity board. I love that blue on that infinity board, by the way. Dave Beanie, if you listen to me, you can ship a Whiplash infinity board of that beautiful blue to the southwest.
It is a beautiful.
France.
It's a beautiful looking board.
I'd love to try one of them on the Soustan Lake, lane number 6. Evie Mahoney from Switzerland makes it to the big final, and
job,
on the
Ivy.
starboard, lane number 8, Stanislava Pulkrabkova finishes in 3rd, and she will have to go through the semis tomorrow morning.
4 and 5 coming through here.
And what does that tell you? That tells you that Charlotte Williamson, who was in 3rd position, has lost her third position in the last 2 buoys.
And lane number 7.
And that's something to bear in mind for tomorrow's final, if she does make it to the final A tomorrow. And crossing the line now, lane number 4, that's Sonja Steineder, who had some much better results previously, but who's finishing now in 5th position. In 6th position, sorry.
And that concludes the women's 40 plus. Moving to the girls junior. I'm suspecting this is going to be pretty much of a Spanish affair here coming up.
You mean a Spanish storm?
To a Spanish storm, yes.
La tormenta española está llegando. In English, 2 Spanish champs, Raquel Elemanino and Aida Soberbio.
Both in the final this morning.
And a Romanian, Dara Marinescu. I'm not sure we've seen her before. Well, we might have. but I don't remember saying her name.
And that would make her being from Romania.
Yes.
And I don't think we have called out a Romanian paddler altogether throughout the last 2 days. At least I don't remember, Evan.
No, this is the first time a Romanian flag pops up on my screen here. Yeah, another country. Fantastic.
Great. And we have another Chilean flag, and that answers my question from earlier, because there are with Moya Vargas in lane number 8, so there is more.
Check out that style. Lane number 6, that's Reka Slekta, who won a silver medal in the sprints. Very straight on her board, but a long reach. That's also because she's tall. I guess that's an Itiwit board. That's the Decathlon French manufacturer paddle brand. Itiwit. And Reka Slekta has got a silver medal from the sprint this morning, and she's comfortably in first position right now. Very regular pace, and yeah.
And behind her, it's getting crowded. It's pretty crowded behind her. Look at that. 1, 2 in lane number 4, and lane number 3 in crouching there. This is going to make for a very nice and interesting buoy turn. Because nobody wants to go to the semi-final. Oh, actually, excuse me, here the first 5 are going to the semi-final and the rest is out. So if we don't pay attention, it keeps changing with their classes. I have not paid attention. But look at this buoy turn. That's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting to see a Hungarian paddler reaching the buoy, first buoy before 2 Spanish top racers. So that tells you how much of a good athlete Reka Slekta. He is the paddler on the Itiwit there from Hungary. And now I guess it's Rachele Manino, lane number 2, in the second position. But the battle is on for that second spot. But obviously,
they're all going to make it through. The 4 are there behind there.
Yes, as long as they keep paddling that way.
It's
away
really
from athlete from lane number 7 and lane number 8, they are fine for tomorrow's semi-final.
Yeah,
but,
and we really only have the 2 stragglers behind that.
Yeah. That's the last one is on an Astron board, and I have to say that board doesn't really look like a SUP race board. It looks more like
it's a little bit of a rocker there,
like a touring or an all-round paddle board. So I'm not sure that's the right fit for such an international event. Ooh, some rail-to-rail action here. And Aida Soberbio got a good move here from the Spanish. She's in second position now, meaning that Raquelele was in second, is falling behind, currently in 4th or 5th position. Wow, I'm actually impressed by all these ladies battling together. I did expect obviously Reka to be up front, but also the 2 Spanish girls to have some comfortable lead. But no, there is definitely a battle, even though all these girls will qualify if no mistake is being made.
They're taking it serious.
To the semi-final tomorrow, yeah. Testing each other before the big show. And the big show is happening tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. Same Facebook page, same YouTube player. You've got the choice. You've got different pages that broadcast the. Oh, we've got Rami Zur with us. Rami, hey.
Another guest commentator here.
Special guest.
The chair of the SUP committee of the ICF. Here, boy, could we talk to you.
Yeah, and a big champion as well.
Absolutely, guys. First of all, thank you for your hard work this championship. And as you can see, we have an amazing event. And cheers for really putting down the information for our audience. And as you can see, it's an amazing venue. I really got to give a shout out to the organizing committee, the Hungarian Canoe Federation, for putting just an amazing venue. allowing the athletes to shine with their performance and making our work in the ICF just very, very pleasant and really smooth sailing.
Nice.
Thank
Good
you
to hear.
very much, Rami. You know, while you're here and while we're watching the junior competing on 12-6 inflatable boards, why don't you tell us exactly from an official perspective from the ICF why this choice of board was made for this competition?
Right, and obviously this is a kind of very talked issue or topic. And what we try to do, and again, I know from the high performance standpoint, people might think the stand-up paddle boards, the inflatable, are slower and inferior to the hardboard, which is, performance-wise might be true. But what we try to do is really increase the amount of juniors, which are the future of the sport, and they are the growth of the sport, and have it more accessible for a lot more of the younger generation and the new paddles coming into the sport. So although, let's say around the Western world where the social economy situation is stronger, it might be very affordable to buy hardboards, but in a lot of developing countries it's not. And we're trying to really get in more volume and more people and more countries and really grow the sport globally. And we find that the inflatables, as you can see here, are still very competitive in the juniors. But you can buy a board for, today in Europe, 300, 200 euro, and go and compete, and you throw it on your back in a backpack in the plane, and show up to international races. And together with the manufacturers, I think also, we can design, and I know there are already boards that are designed for juniors. So that's kind of the thinking behind it. And you can see here the women it's juniors, if I don't believe. I believe so.
Junior women,
Junior women.
This is hit number one.
Yeah, I mean, these guys and ladies are amazing athletes, and even though, the boards might be a little bit slower, the technology is improving every year. The athletes are improving every year. And again, accessibility, I think, is the name of the game here, and be able to grow the number of sports and the number of countries that are participating in international events. So we don't want to take away, obviously, the hard boards, which is, the bread and butter and amazing races, but we have to really try to think, and we're hoping that this is a creative way to increase our younger generation and more participation, and make it easier to travel and easier to access international races.
Yeah, well, I've got another question then following that. More specifically, why choose the 12.6 size as opposed to 14 foot? Because all these manufactured boards that we see on the water, they do exist in the 14 foot size, and obviously the 14 foot are faster. So is that something that you are 100% secured for upcoming competitions, or there's still room for developments, for new developments in this decision?
No, as we said, we are open definitely for discussion with athletes, and that's what we have here, Q&As here with some athletes and organization, if it's clubs or coaches. And look, if you'd asked me, for example, 8 years ago, 12.6 was the prominent racing inflatable board. So we evolved forward, and because the 14 is faster and bigger also than the inflatables, so it became just as popular, if not more. But it's just a matter of time. I don't think we have a problem with 14. It's just we want to see what fits better. At this age, there's a big difference between the athletes. So we don't want something that will inhibit the performance of the athlete, but we do try to do something that would kind of take care of all the younger athletes and be fairly fair. If it's 14 or 12.6, that's a good discussion to have with manufacturers, with athletes, and definitely open for it. But I really do believe that there's something important here with being accessible. And come on, let's face it, most of the boards out there on the market are inflatable. So this way we are kind of opening the door for more people to get involved in racing. But definitely we're not shutting the door on if it's 12.6 or 14 foot. From what we had in our discussion, that was the decision, but if it's open to discussion, and we can definitely talk about making any changes. And again, changes we don't want to change every year. The rules, obviously, people train for a year or two, and so we want to make sure we do smart decisions, and with all the stakeholders, meaning the athletes, the board manufacturers, in order to have a very successful sport and the growth of the sport, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Rami, for these insights. I've got another question. Poland next year.
Oh yeah,
that's going to be a big event. It actually looks like a very big event already. 1 year in advance. We did have a sneak peek the other day, but tell us all about it now that that is official. That the Gdynia is going to host.
Exactly. So we got the city of Gdynia won the bid to host next year. In the ICF we have a Congress, which we have a new election of presidents and committee members. So we have a little bit of an internal changes, but the races will go on, obviously. The committee, if it's myself or the new members of the committee, will go and do a site visit right after the Congress, which is in a month or two. And Hungary set the bar very, very high, I'll be honest. Even with sprint events in the kayak, this event is up there, running tight races every 6 or 8 minutes for the whole yesterday.
Oh, look at this.
There we go. We got a little bit of a...
We number 4 problems.
Yeah, on the turns.
Yeah, that's Anna Hikova. Just took a dive.
Yeah, so, we look forward to it. They have a really big bar to follow here, after this event. But every event has its own character, and we look forward to it. And it's going to be in the ocean over there, so we're going to be very, very. Everybody thought this is going to be a flat water race, obviously, and we all saw what happened in the long course.
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's going to be really, really good. We're really happy to be able to host these events, especially at these really, let's call them, tricky times. And it's
and we really look forward to being there as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, fingers crossed on that one.
Absolutely.
Hint, hint.
No, we're very happy with you guys and the organization committee here, and the athletes been tremendous and really positive. We get really positive feedback from everybody, and like I said, there's always room for improvement, and we're always trying to improve and hear from the athletes what we can do better, and we really try, and that's the way forward, obviously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rami. Very interesting stuff here.
Enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers.
All right, aloha.
Take care. All right, well, while we were doing the talking,
a lot of stuff happened, actually.
Was doing the show on our screen now, reaching the last buoy, 7th buoy for Duna Gordillo. 2 gold medals already for the Spanish champ, flying away towards an easy qualification for the big final tomorrow. 1 to 5 go to the, not the big final, sorry, the 1 to 5 go to the semi final, and the rest are out. So 3 paddlers will be left out after this event. But Duna Gordillo now only 50 meters away from the finish line. Still the same determination look on her face. Absolutely dominating the women's junior race on her inflatable 12.6 from NSP. There she is with a few more strokes to do. There we go. Duna Gordillo. She's not even stopping. She hasn't had enough. And 1 to 5 go to the semi-finals. So there's definitely some action going on in the back with in second position.
Scotty Langbein from Germany.
Absolutely.
Good job, Germany. Another semi-final spot for Germany, not just in the 50 plus, but also the German youth. Yeah, making a little mark here. And then she lost her little...
inflatable starboards in fourth position. That's Anna Hikova from the Czech Republic. And
Republic of South Africa coming third.
I'm not sure who's in third, just because her lane number is not showing. But in fifth position on the ET-WIT inflatable board, that's Biros Boroka, bib number 84. She makes it to the semi-final, and the last one to qualify for the semis tomorrow on the Fanatic here. That's I'm not sure. Again, her number is not showing. So if it's not Susanna Tilingo, it's going to be Maria Berry from Greece. But look at that new start for race number 55 right now. We've got Sonia Kaimari in lane number 2 from Spain. Very, very powerful star there. Wow. He's already got 2 boards length of advantage over the rest of the pack. Number 83, Sonia Kaimari from Spain, checking on her right, over her right shoulder, how much in the lead she is. So a very comfortable position to be in right now, as we are still 80 meters away from the first buoy. So she's not stopping, increasing that lead stroke after stroke in lane number 2, Sonia Kaimari. And behind her we've got Kyriaki Logotetti from Greece. We've got Mar Bascuniana from Spain. And in 4th and 5th, virtually, we've got Victoria Hope and Alexandra Vihodets from Russia. So if Marta Apanasiewicz from Poland and Rebecca Kobli don't make a move in the next 900 meters, it's very, very likely that they are left out of the semi-finals tomorrow. So yes, definitely some grind coming up for these 2 ladies if they want to qualify for the semis. But I don't know what's happening here. Sonia Kaimari just stopped paddling, turned around and shouted something. Maybe just, or she didn't shout something, but she's definitely looking behind her to see what's happening. Why? I'm not so sure. She's really, really far ahead. Just keep focusing on what's happening in front of you, and you will be fine. Sonia Kaimari from Spain. And buoy number 3 is approaching for that Spanish paddler. Very nice view here from the drone. Sonia Kaimari, let's see how efficient that buoy turn is. Pretty good, huh? Looks like a catwalk there on that inflatable 12.6. And a red paddle co-board in lane number 7. That's Mar Bascuniana. Lane number 6, Victoria Hope from Germany. Lane number 4, not so comfortable in the turn, a bit too wide for Kyriaki Logotetti from Greece, but she's still in that top 5 that can make it to the semi-finals tomorrow. No problem for Sonia Kaimari, who stopped looking in the back, and those
whipping that board around.
Those very efficient buoy turns. Wow, you can see these Spanish kids have been training on those turns. Not so, not as graceful as I have to say for Victoria Hope, and but still she maintains her second position. And actually, she might be coming back up, closing in on Sonia Kaimari here. But we're going to save ourselves some energy actually as well for tomorrow, because it's all happening.
And we're gonna need some
tomorrow
energy
morning.
here for after this. We're gonna have quite a load of quarterfinals coming up. We have 1, 2. Let me count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 quarterfinals are still coming up. See, we are not done here yet. We got another hour and a half of action ahead. We have Masters 50 plus, 4 quarterfinals. Masters 40 plus, 4 quarterfinals. Evidently, quarterfinals. And 4 junior men. So yeah, we're going to be busy. The last quarterfinal is actually going to start at 20 after 7. Somebody better bring us dinner here to this booth.
Ghost Caddy. That was Martin Janke, founder of Sonoma, rooting on the Total SUP chat. Scaddy. Was that a previous race? Might have been.
Most a 7-es bóját megkerülvén már csak a célegyenes vár rá.
Sonia Kaimari in the lead. An easy lead for lane number 2, Sonia. Look how wide is her reach. Wow, she really extended her full body in order to get those extra centimeters into the water. Sonia Kaimari, easy qualification for Sonia, who started really hard in this technical race heat, and all she has to do now is look at the finish line approaching, and it's gonna happen in a few seconds. The NSP board has done the job, and yeah, so that 12-6, 14-foot debate is definitely not over.
Yeah, but we can't change this thing back and forth. It's like I think if it's 12.6 now, then just, you know, I think then just keep it. What's an inch? What's 1.5 inches?
Right.
You make a decision. That's just my personal opinion. Like yes, I understand, but again, whether if it's a 14 or a 12.6, the battle remains the same. The buoy turns remain the same. Maybe the times will change a little bit, but at the end, these people need to know what they're going to have to plan for the next few years. So I sure don't hope that we're going to all of a sudden have a change in board length from one year to another. But that's just my 5 cents here.
All right.
And we're already, are they starting another, look at it, no, that's a replay.
So Mar Bacuñana in second. So we've got Spain ranking 1 and 2 in this heat, with Victoria Hope in 3rd position, and 1 to 5 go through to the semis. Unfortunately, Marta Apanasiewicz from Poland will stay on the shores tomorrow, as well as Alexandra Vikodets. And check out the time of Duna Gordillo in the previous heat. Skadi Langbein. Okay, that's the girl that Martin Janke was rooting for previously. And moving on to the first quarterfinal that's happening now.
Ooh, lots of names here. We have your buddy Mark Forrester in lane number 3. Then we have the 2 Swiss guys, Guido and Peter, both doing very well in the long distance and the sprints. And then we have Wolfgang Kennel from Germany. We've seen this Gabor Sagi. A lot of names here that we've seen before, evidently in the. So look at this, and the pace has definitely changed here.
Yeah, there's a huge difference of cadence between Guido, who's up in front, and some of the top guys actually who are in the back. But wow, check that, Mark Forrester has stopped paddling right here just because he was being squeezed between 2 boards, lane number 4 and lane number 1. One is going left, one is going right, and Mark Forrester in the middle trying to keep a good position, but really struggling. Also that wake created by Michal Bratner from the Czech Republic, is creating a bit of havoc for the followers. Guido Donze is up front though, but Michal Bratner has got could have the inside advantage here, being in lane number 1. But Mark Forrester is making a move back to the front of the race. Another struggle there with Peter Mulhauser. These guys seem to be struggling with keeping a straight line, and Peter has got to go on his right to stay away from Mark Forrester. But Mark Forrester's got the inside here, placing himself in 3rd position. Might be able
Who's taking
to
that right turn? Who's that?
climb up to 2nd. So that's Mark Forrester now in 2nd position. Well done, Mark. He was in 5th, is now in 2nd. And in 1st position, we've got Michal Bratner. We've reached the quarterfinal, so the excitement is building up towards the semis tomorrow and potentially the final. And Mark Forrester is taking 1st place. Now, what's just happened? I think Michal Bratner was too much on the right, facing this 2nd buoy, and Mark Forrester was himself well placed on the left and managed to paddle through fairly easily that 2nd buoy to take 1st position. So now we've got from Barcelona, Spain, Mark Forrester from SUP Barcelona, a club that he built in 2013, and on the sprint starboard here, and is in the lead. He's got 2 meters lead over Guido. No, it's not Guido. Is it Guido?
Guido's on the... Where is Guido? Guido.
No, over Michal Bratner from the Czech Republic, sorry. Okay, so who goes through to the semis tomorrow? 1 to 4. These guys have to secure 1 to 4 position to go to the semi-finals. 5 to 6 will go to final C.
And Guido's in 4th place right now. There I see him.
And the rest will rest.
The rest will rest. There is our 2nd Swiss. Oh, number 7 is in the water.
And that's Vladislav Rozhnov, who was actually pretty... Where is he though?
He's by the can, and he can't get back to his board because everybody's turning there, so he's kind of stuck between his board and the can. And now his board is drifted way over to the referee boat. And oh, the poor guy, now he has to swim. You guys don't see that anymore. Too bad we don't have a camera here, but he has such a long swim just to get to his board, to the referee, and that will cost him minutes and minutes and minutes, and he will definitely...
If we could have a camera on buoy number 4, that would be amazing.
He will not make that back.
Vladislav Rozhnov taking a big long swim to try and get to his board. Obviously, he was not wearing a leash, so that that didn't help.
No.
And up in front, we've got Mark Forrester still running the show in this first quarterfinal of the 50+ technical master race. Well done, Mark. Wow, I don't know if he actually expected that's Vladislav. Oh,
yeah,
God, I think it
doesn't look like he's going to make a move.
Over. No,
I think he's pulling out.
He's struggling to get his board back angling his board in the right position. So I think he's giving up. I guess there's really no point to fight with such a delay now on the last guy. Obviously, if they're here, it's because they can paddle. This is quarterfinal stage, so these guys have already been through the heats. In 2nd position, Michal Bratner from the Czech Republic, SUP Barcelona. Oh, there's another mistake there.
That was Guido.
Guido Donze from Switzerland.
Oh, poor thing. And he was on 4th position for qualifying.
Absolutely. And Mark Forrester from Barcelona in the lead. Now strolling away easily towards the finish line. Mark Forrester with a blue hat, starboard sprint under his feet. He's been working with starboard for many years, actually. Mark, here he is from SUP Barcelona.
Ooh, Guido,
The Catalan.
Guido's catching up here. He's not all hope is lost for Guido. In fact, he's in third place right now. And lane number 4, that's Peter Mühlhauser. Look at this, making a move. So we might have. Oh, and number 6 is coming, Wolfgang Kennel now.
1 to 4, only 1 to 4 make it to the semi-final.
Yeah. Oh
so
my God! Look at the German Wolfgang Kennel, full on making a move here.
1 to photo finish. Photo finish
here
Absolutely.
for the semi-final qualification.
Yes, we're gonna have to
Wow.
wait the official results.
Let's see for for 6.
And there's a bit of a discussion here between Mark Verhaster and Peter Mühlhauser. We know that they had a big battle on the way to the first buoy, so that's probably what they are talking about right now. But yeah, Mark Verhaster did play really well.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, that's when Vladislav Rožnov took a dive. Oh my God! And that's Mark Verhaster here at the last buoy, checking behind him what's happening. And Guido, how did Guido manage to fall? He was past the last buoy, but still he managed to. Well, I think so. I think he managed to retain his top 4 position. And let's slow down
2,
here. So 2,
number
3 Guido.
And Wolfgang just missing by a hair.
Looks like Peter Mühlhauser has got that 4th
By
position.
a hair,
and,
he's missing that semi-final. Wow.
Wow, and Wolfgang, was it Wolfgang Kennel in
With that
5th?
just missed it, yeah, in 5th.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
And we still have number 7 actually finishing the race. That was Vladimir Rožnov. He is finishing the race after his swim and everything. That's sportsmanship right there.
Well
Got
done.
across that finish line.
Well, disappointed.
Meanwhile, in the back, it's already being started, the race, while we have still one straggler here. But they are starting the race. The next heat is being started in the back, while one guy is still out on the race course. That's what I call keeping a time schedule.
Yeah, and it looks like lane number 8. In lane number 8, Gabor Seda Helier has got a good start. But also in the middle, lane number 3, that's Gerd
Weisner again, our SUP Alps Trophy buddy, and he will have to definitely. He wants to go to the semi-final here. So the 4 are going through as before, and the race for buoy number 1 might set a precedence for this. And I think I have Gerd Weisner there up front by quite a bit.
Yeah, he's shaking his head for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe losing some balance, but still he's got a comfortable lead towards that crucial first buoy. Michael Martorell is climbing back up for potentially a 2nd position, but it seems like it's Giorgio Maggi from Italy who's got the inside advantage. Why is Gerd stopping paddling as he reaches that first buoy? That's very interesting. Allowing Giorgio Maggi from Italy to catch up.
And he just knocked over his lane.
Martorell from Mallorca. And here is paddling out away to the 2nd buoy on the light board corp. Board Gerd Weisner from Germany. In this 2nd quarterfinal, just like the previous one, the top 4 positions are moving on to the semi-finals, while position 5 and 6 will have to go to the C final, which is a small final, and the 2 others will be left out of the competition. Here comes buoy number 3 with Gerd Weisner.
Oh, don't fall now, buddy.
Not super comfortable with these turns.
Yes.
Here. It looks like Giorgio Maggi is slightly more easy on the turn, and inside advantage here for board number 4. That's Gary van Ruyen from South Africa, and Michael Booth is back with us.
Good to see you back. How was the signing?
Yeah, it was really good.
Oh, it was good to have all the team together and got some photos. We
Nice.
don't usually get together this often, and I guess it has been such a long time since we've all been together in the same place. So it was nice to hang out with everyone for a little bit and do some signings and hang out with the SUP shop here in Hungary, because they're all great people and they've been looking after us really well.
Very cool. You are in the second quarterfinal here in the 50 plus. Just to keep you up to date, what you guys got going on here?
Oh, great. So we've got still Mr. Hundali Gerd Weisner.
Gerd Weisner's in front. So he's actually the owner and founder of Lightboard Corp.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's had a nice chat with him on my booth cast last year. It was nice to really catch up with him, and he's got a strong team of paddlers coming through here from Germany. So
Are you coaching him?
I'm not coaching him, no.
Okay. Well, it shows because his buitons are not so good.
Okay,
That's what we were just saying.
We miss your analysis there, Boothie.
Before you arrived, yeah, he's taking a very, very secure, almost too secure buoy turns every time. Paddling and putting his paddle on the other side of the board in order to actually slowing down, but at least having a very balanced board in the process. You're going to see that again.
Well, he is out in front, and he probably can be quite comfortable.
Yeah, he's very
there, so it's not
comfortable.
really
He's
have to worry
looking
about
just
it
look
too
back there.
much.
No risk needed at this stage when you've got such comfortable lead. And in second, that's Gary Van Rooyen from South Africa.
There's some really fit guys in this heat. Like, obviously coming from 50 plus category, you're just sort of seeing the fitness and the machines that are going around this course. It's quite impressive.
Very much
Abs,
so.
you see calves, you see biceps.
Biceps flexing.
That's much better. Well done. He must have a hurler skirt. There's a better turn there for the cameras, for the public maybe, as he reaches the shores of Lake Balaton. And Gary Van Rooyen from South Africa in second position. 1 to 4 go through to the semis. Tomorrow 5 and 6 will go to final C, and the rest of the athletes will be left out of the competition after this second quarterfinals. We've got 2 more to go.
Yeah, we're still busy here, people. There, we have still a ton of heats coming. At least another hour and 15 for.
So what do we have left coming
We
up?
have the older men's quarterfinal. This is the quarterfinal number 2 here. So we have 2 more than the women, 40, and then the juniors.
It's actually Giorgio Maggi on the starboard now in second position. Confusion came from earlier. Actually, Gary Van Rooyen had a very good turn. I thought he was in second, but now he's in fourth position because Miquel Martorell from Spain is coming back very, very strong. The long distance paddler will finish third, but Gary Van Rooyen will still make it to the semi-finals, while
a few passionate supporters in front of us right now.
There's
It's great
some
to see.
celebrity must be paddling.
Jürgen Kress, unfortunately, will have to go to the semi-final, arriving fifth, as well as Christian Hauke, but unfortunately for Sergei Martyanov from Russia, things are over in this SUP World Championships.
What do you guys think of the CBA final format?
We had a discussion about this yesterday, and what kind of came to me at the final, at the sprint finals, was like, what if you're in the A final, but the guy in the B final happens to have a faster time than the guy that's in the A final? How are you sorting the ranks beneath that? So why not just leave it? Why just not let all 20 guys go out at once and then just go by the time? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you've got to. Well, when you've got changing elements in competition, you can't really have that. Like maybe in swimming where it's very controlled, you've obviously got the diving. There's no movement in the water, but when you've got open water like this, it's very hard to say that the same conditions that you had in your heat is going to be the same conditions 8 minutes later. Because you look at the distance race yesterday morning, it was very, very windy, and then an hour later it was completely different. So I think it comes down to that. They can't have exactly the same times and that type of thing.
Right. But what do you do if you beat the time from a A finalist and you're in the B or in the C
Oh,
finalist?
you got bragging rights, but you don't have the gold medal.
Yeah, but I'd be rather frustrated as an athlete if that were the case.
Well, it definitely can happen. Like you look at my semi-final
Frustration
tomorrow.
is part of the sport.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, my semi-final tomorrow is like there's 5 guys. There's going to be 3 guys that are disappointed not in the A final. So, and there's obviously the other 3 guys, but there's 5 guys who could definitely be in the final tomorrow in my semi-final, and they're not all going to be. There's only 2 spots, so it will have a be some. One of us will be in the C final, you know. So, and there's obviously 3 other guys, but there's 5 big names in my heat.
Yeah, well, the only advantage I see of having 3 different finals is really for the point system towards the team ranking in the event. That's the only.
So they're giving points all the way down to 24th.
I guess
I don't know.
So. I guess so.
I have no idea.
So. That's the only advantage I see, really.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense because even when you're lining up for the B final, you know you're racing for 9th or you're racing for 17th. So it's pretty, I don't know, unmotivating to be racing for that.
Let's bring back Remy Zur in this.
Yeah,
in the booth,
yeah,
he was here a few minutes ago and we bombarded him with tricky questions.
You know, I've never seen
one of them being the inflatable board debate.
Yes, and what was like the answers?
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to rewatch.
You have to watch the review of this.
This debate has been going on for 3 days already, so we should probably not annoy our viewers too much about this.
It was, I guess, the bottom line was affordability for developing countries, where you can buy an inflatable for $300.
Yeah.
To bring those people to the sport, and I think that was to me was the bottom line. Getting crowded here at the buoy. My eyes are on Fritjof Sock here, the German, our second from the sprints back in 2019.
Yeah.
And he's in the lead right now.
2 Germans in France.
And then number 5, that's Andreas Kämmerer.
Yeah. Number 6, that's Thomas Strobel. So 3 German athletes in front for a top 4 position. So we could, you could be scoring a top. I'm saying you.
Is it a German
Swiss.
storm in the 50+ range? Well, no, I wouldn't go that far. No, maybe a little rainfall.
Oh, someone is coming back very, very strong. That's
number
Dominic
4.
Palmer, and that's another
German.
We definitely got a German storm here.
Oh,
that's
now
for
it's
sure.
it's brewing.
Top
It's brewing. Wow, look at that. We haven't had that.
If you've got the Austrian, then you've got the 5 Germanic countries making it to. Oh, no, not 5. It's actually a top 4 qualification to the semi-finals tomorrow. So we might have that full German top 4 qualification.
And then we have a little
for the
buoy
semis tomorrow.
thing going on that completely just changed the field. These 2 guys. Oh boy.
That was funny.
Oh, there's a board through the legs
the leg
there.
board.
And that happened to him again.
Where's the referees? What did the referees
still
saying?
going down. That'll be an interesting.
We're struggling to get back up as well on that starboard. But Fritjof Sock is in the lead there, arriving comfortably in first position at that 4th buoy that he's got to leave on his right hand side, and now aiming for the 5th buoy. So some German storm action happening.
And then,
is
going
that-
down. That's done right there. Oh, that's too bad. That's number 7. That was Michael Marquez from Austria. But if he can get up fast enough, he might still maybe.
I think he's really struggling to get maybe back onto his board here, so I don't think he's going to be right in the mix, unfortunately for him. But the Germans are right up the front, really taking the event by storm in the over 50s. So it's quite
Fritjof
cool
doing
to see.
well.
There's just so many German athletes here in the over 50 divisions, which
39.
is fantastic to see.
Yeah, overall 39 guys I counted.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I guess cycling is a thing of the past in Germany. It's all about SUP racing now when you're over 50. Very strong.
And
contingent.
canoe paddling is also very strong. They're very structured, very organized. I wouldn't be surprised if we might see an ICF World Cup, World Championships in Germany one day. That could very well be, because they're very good organized over there as well. And what's going on in the back here?
Flying away to victory in this quarterfinal. What can you tell us about Fritzhoff, Mike? This is
What can I tell him?
really well.
They started to show up as a family. He's a retired Lufthansa pilot, captain, and they started to show up. I met him for the first time in 2013 in Turtle Bay at the APP finals in December, and they kept coming back to Hawaii quite a bit. Their daughter, and now somewhat retired from the competitive SUP, but was very strong. Noelani, his daughter, she's 24 now. Very strong pedaler. They were doing Euro Tour. She was doing Chicago APP races. They were traveling all over the world when the kids were younger. Evidently, with him being an airline pilot. So they were traveling all over, and they've been very early starters in the SUP world in Germany, and I would almost say internationally with their travels.
Mm-hmm.
So
where is Noelani these days?
She is doing an education now. So she kind of like retired from the traveling and all of that. But she did win in Germany. They had a Canoe Federation, the finals as an invitational only, and they invited her because somebody pulled out, and she won that thing. Nobody saw it coming, and she won it actually quite well. So the Sach family has been in this racing for a very long time.
Yeah, and her dad is looking good.
They were in
out there.
China, evidently.
And
so who else is coming in here? So
and in
is the German storm still happening?
In second, we've got Thomas Taubel in the third, and another German, Dominic Palmer.
There we have it, 4 Germans
fourth.
going through.
And going to the semis tomorrow, that's Bojan Bostancic, as well as Guy Mottram from South Africa on the Fanatic. So that means that on another Fanatic, Michael Marquez will have to rest out tomorrow for the rest of this competition.
I was hoping to get a replay from that buoy convolution there, but with the so we can take some screenshots here. But it looks like we're not going to get that.
Well done, Fritzhoff. Do I say it right?
No, but that's how they were actually always calling him at the at the APP's races. There, they called him Fritzhoff. Yeah, Fritzhoff. But it's an interesting name. It's a Fritjof. Fritjof. You don't see that name.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to try and guess.
Yeah, right.
I know him really well, but I just say g'day, mate, because I can never say the name right.
What about your last name? Do people usually get it right? Non-English speakers.
Yeah. I've never really had.
You don't hear Goose from French speakers.
No, I actually have not heard
Really?
that. I think it's always Booth.
All right. Okay, coming up, third quarterfinal, lane number 7. That is Marco Schindler from Germany. No, fourth quarterfinal. Hold on. Let me get this right. Yes, fourth quarterfinal, Marco Schindler in lane 7. Who have we got? We've got in lane number 6, Henrik Carstens from Denmark. And who's got the best start? It looks like Ophir Ram has got a good start. He's a pretty good paddler, but also Daniel Pares, the win-it-all champ from Spain, already in the lead in lane number 4. Danny Pares on the NSP. He's won the long distance, he's won the sprints, and he could well be your technical race winner tomorrow morning. He was in the lead in his heats, and is already in the lead in his quarterfinal. Therefore, he's got a good chance to qualify for the semis tomorrow.
Daniel's been around for a long time. He's been running events down in the south of Spain, in Alicante and that type of thing. He's heavily involved in the junior program there, so great to see him out racing. And also a bit of a shout out to Henrik Carstens. He's been probably a bit of a buddy of mine the last few weeks, because I was spending a little bit of time in Denmark, and it's good to see him up there in 4th place. So he's put himself in a good position, hopefully, to get through.
Yeah, and Ophir Ram is in 2nd position now on that black board, reaching that first buoy with a yellow hat, and Andrzej Zibierski from Poland is in third position. Once again, 1 to 4 qualify for the semi-final. So you have to be in this top 4 in order to carry on, aiming for potentially a big final tomorrow morning. But first, you will have to go through the semis. Here's the Polish guy, Andrzej Zimerski. Who's in fourth, though? That's what we want to know now.
It's a tight battle at the back
There is, absolutely, and that's between a starboard. I saw a starboard. And
Henrik's on the starboard, I know that.
okay, so Henrik Carstens from Denmark, battling out at the moment for fourth position with, we're going to find out in a couple of seconds. That is actually fourth already. He did manage to pull himself through to the fourth position. That's a wide turn,
yeah.
but looks like Kolb Tamas is having some struggling here, trying to angling fast enough his boards towards the fourth buoy. So looks like Henrik Carstens is securing himself a fourth spot for the semis tomorrow. In first position, we still have Daniel Pardes, who looks very, very comfortable, whatever the conditions really is. As you were saying earlier, Michael, these guys are super fit for being 50 plus, and it's all down to how much work you put really in your training and in a healthy diet, I guess, as well, and lifestyle. Ooh, as I'm saying that, we find a pretty wobbly Daniel Pares on the fifth buoy, followed by Ophir Ram from Israel, who was on the podium for the sprints 2 years ago in Qingdao in China.
That's how we learned about his name, yeah?
Absolutely. It's actually funny, we were talking about China a lot in the first 2 days, and
yes.
Because we've got so many results coming up with all those races,
it kind of starts falling back. Yeah, that's a good observation.
Absolutely. And Andrzej Zimerski from Poland, still in third position. Pretty comfortable left turn here. Daniel Pares in front from Alicante, from Santa Pola, in the region of Alicante in Spain, between buoy 6 and buoy 7. Just one buoy to go, or shall I say one last can to go, because
it quite made
the Australian Michael Booth is here, and that's what they call it in Australia. There you go.
Yeah, I always have to correct myself when I'm at home as well, because I start calling it the buoy. Everyone's like, what are you talking about?
And what's wrong with calling it can, though?
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm
looks like
switching
a can
between,
too.
just depending on where you are.
Yeah.
But you guys use the term buoy in Australia for other floaty objects out there, I would assume, or does it not even exist?
I don't think so. I think in Australia you just use the term can, or that's what I at least grew up with.
Okay.
All right, can as in
So buoy was
can?
buoy was like something that I learnt when I went to America, and then I think the American term came across to Europe.
Wow. Most likely. Daniel Pardes from Alicante, Spain, in the lead in the fourth quarterfinal on the NSP. An easy cruise now in the last 5 meters of this quarterfinal. Easy qualification for Danny. And Ophir Ram is making Israel proud with a second position and an invitation to the semi-final tomorrow. Ophir with a blackboard right here, followed by the Polish athlete Andrzej Zimerski. We are in the 50-plus division of the technical race event, and the fourth guy to qualify for the semis tomorrow is Henrik Carstens, that Michael has
he's part of the Red Nose crew that trains out there in Copenhagen, but I'm sure he's very happy to be sneaking through there, and he's got there's a great crew in Denmark, and unfortunately isn't here for, I guess, political reasons, but hopefully seeing them at future events.
I was just thinking, like, there are not a whole lot of Danish, and it is within driving distance. I mean, it's far, but I was definitely
Yeah, from what I understand, I think there's something going on.
Well, you know, I can see Casper and his buddy, the polar bear. I can totally understand that. But I'm pretty sure there's more than just them. I mean, they have so many paddlers up there on the Viking summer event that they do up there. There's hundreds of paddlers are turning out
Yeah,
for this
I was
event.
there racing last weekend, and they've got a fantastic crew of paddlers coming through, especially young guys like Noah and Rasmus. And then you've got obviously Caroline. She's not a good sprinter. She won the Euro Tour race up there last year, but yeah, a bit disappointing not to see them here. But they've all got their different reasons why they don't do certain things. But hopefully things get a little bit easier going forward.
I'm sure they will.
And Fritjof, Andreas, Thomas, Dominic.
Look at that. That is a little
previous quarterfinal. That was quarterfinal number 3. And just now, Daniel Pares, Ophir, Andre, and Henrik from Denmark qualified for the semis, while Kolb, Tamas, and Etretot from Hungary are going to the C final. And unfortunately for Marco Schindler from Germany, the racing is over for the weekend.
Opening up class Master 40 plus with the first quarterfinal. No German in this one, but we have the 2 Spanish and Salvador Mora and Miguel Roig, by now definitely familiar names.
Yeah.
We have the Austin Holker Hostenflug. We had him.
Wow, great start by Salvador Mora and Miguel Roig, the
Look
two
at that.
Spaniards. This is quarterfinal number 1. In the 40 plus men's division. Salvador Mora has got a great start, and Mikel feeling a little bit wobbly there in lane number 3, and coming strong from lane number 5, Tomas Lelovic from Slovakia. But Salvador Mora looks unstoppable before that first buoy. Hold on, Tomas Lelovic looks really fast here, and is eating some distance next to Salvador Mora, but Salvador still is in front and actually pushing even harder right now. I think Tomas Lelovic kind of stopped paddling hard for a microsecond there, losing 1 meter, and Mikel Roger is coming back to his level, and Salvador Mora is reaching buoy number 1 with a 2 meter lead now over Tomas Lelovic and Mikel Roger, who almost fell there. Mikel lost his balance for the second time in the first 200 meters of this race, while Salvador Mora is gaining some more ground of advantage over his compadre Mikel from Barcelona, while the Slovak Tomas Lelovic on the right hand side there. Watch out because that second buoy is very much on the right, so you have to go a little bit on your left to make sure that you've got the right angle, and that's exactly what Mikel Roger from Barcelona has done under our eyes. And Salvador in front. We are looking at a 1-2-4 position to qualify for the semi-final tomorrow in this first quarterfinal. And just like the 50 plus men's category, 5 and 6 will go to final C, and the 2 others in this quarterfinal will have to take a little rest and prepare for the next event.
Yeah, it's like obviously this over 50s competition is really strong. As I said before, it's over 40s, is
Absolutely,
it now?
yeah,
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
I thought they were going a little bit faster.
They've been racing for 3 days, so they start to look old and tired.
Yeah, I've just been checking up on the Instagram, seeing what's been happening. I think Mike's doing a little bit too, just to sort of catch up with what's happening in the real world.
Yes,
because
we need to
you guys
see.
are in the booth all day. Doing a great job. I guess it's really hard to be able to speak for 7 or 8 hours or whatever it is that you guys are doing, and got one more day to go. So, kudos to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and whenever there's a Spanish flag up, then it's definitely a home game for Mathieu. And when I see the German and the Swiss flags, then it's a little bit more of my home game. Not that we want to leave anybody else out, but I really have to admit there are so many names in here. Like, I mean, almost 500 athletes, and from all sorts of regions that we have not been familiar with up until today, and we are going to be walking out of here with a great wealth of knowledge that we sure didn't have before.
Yeah.
So that's, I can say that on my behalf.
Right, Salvador Mora won a silver medal in the long distance yesterday, and I'm pretty sure he won another one this morning in the sprints in the 40
Yeah,
plus
let's look that up real quick.
division, followed by Mikel Roger from Barcelona, who won a bronze medal behind Olivier Dario-Merlou and Salvador Mora yesterday in the long distance. Followed now by Tomas Lelovic from Slovakia on the Sonova board there. Who else have we got for fourth position to qualify for tomorrow's semi-final? There's a battle going on between lane number 1, Holger Hassenflug, and I'm not sure who's the other guy on the starboard. We're going to find out soon, but basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a battle between the Nash board and a Fanatic board, not a starboard. And that's who's on the Nash? Lane number 2, Andrej Spelik from Slovenia.
Ooh, interference.
Slovenia versus Austria for top 4 qualification for the semi-final. The battle is raging in the back. We know that Salvador Mora is gonna get his easy qualification for tomorrow's semis, but really it's happening. If the cameras could turn towards the big battle happening right now between Holger Hassenflug and Andrej Spelik, there's the advantage. Oh, is for Andrej Spelik, but he missed a stroke and almost fell, but is still in the lead for that 4th place on the Nash board. We haven't seen a Nash board for ages. This is the only Nash board we've got on the water. They used to dominate. That brand used to dominate the sub surf and sub racing. Yeah, he's happy. He qualifies, and unfortunately for the Austrian Holger Hassenflug, it's final C, which is next, which is better than nothing, I guess. But for on the 45 Pro here, for bib number 455. Hold on. No, that can be right. That's not 455 because that would be Tomas Lelovic. So must have been some board swapping there. I'm not sure who's in the back. That's 653, 53, 453. Vitaly Dronov from Russia is now not going home, maybe going to the hotel or going for beer. Just like
did you
we
say
are
beer?
Going to be, yeah, 45 minutes. We're 45 minutes away from the beer.
Yeah. Well, I'll be heading to dinner, I think, right now. So
you're not going to leave? Yeah. That's why we have guest commentators.
Well, you guys have got the job. I'm just to jump in every so often. So
yeah,
I enjoy, and I might see you.
There is a VIP tent over there with free beer.
Yeah.
Hint.
I might bring one over. We'll see.
For the last one.
Only if you guys are being good boys. All right, guys. See you later.
All right. Thanks for joining in,
Michael, for your time and for your kind comments.
Always very insightful.
Absolutely. Salvador Mora, 5:21 for Salvador.
It's fast.
It is fast. Good job.
Fast. Semi-final, quarterfinal number 2 here.
Yes.
No Spanish person. What are we gonna? But Olivier is here.
Okay.
Olivier is in.
He saved the day. Olivier.
Bonjour, Olivier.
Dario-Merlou. Okay, you have to. Okay, you're gonna have to say this right.
Dario-Merlou.
Yeah, that's not bad. Dario-Merlou, very good.
Olivier Dario-Merlou.
Olivier Dario-Merlou. You need to say it with the Land accent, the accent from the southwest of France. It's a very strong accent, very pleasant accent for your ears, actually. Olivier Dario-Merlou in lane number 4 on the 45 Pro board, looking very focused with his red and white hat. Check this surf stance, like really low, and he missed the start just like he did in the sprints the other day. Wow. We need to work this out in Souston.
But he's
when we go
pushing
back home,
forward.
He's definitely pushing forward, but he missed definitely 2 or 3 strokes, more than a microsecond actually. But yeah, he's back in the game now, pushing pretty hard, as well as in lane 7.
Thomas
Thomas Varnas from Lithuania, Olivier Darumerlu, who's already world champion in
Somebody's in the water. Who's in the water? Number three is in the water. That would be the check.
Sukup on the NSP.
That's frustrating. So
took
early.
a fall, but Olivier Darumerlu is now on a league of his own, I have to say, with a virtual 10-meter lead now over the competition.
Yeah.
Great move by Olivier, who is racing the ducks more than the other athletes. But in second position, it looks like Thomas Varnas has got a secured second position, although he's on the outside. So lane number 6, Attila Hubik, could come back on him, as well as lane number 1, Michael Frosch from Austria. Please correct
we have
me
Michael
on my
Frosch.
Austrian.
Frosch, Frog.
And Olivier Darumerlu in the lead. He's got to score a 1 to 4 place to qualify for tomorrow's semi-final. You know what? Olivier at this stage should just take it easy and keep as much energy as possible for tomorrow's potentially 2 races. Olivier Darumerlu in front by 20-25 meters. The Lithuanian Thomas Varnas in second position on that blue board. Third, that would be Yaro, not Yaroslav.
What's the number?
Maybe Michael Frost is in fourth. So let's check our screen. 441. That's Attila Hubik. Attila Hubik, lane number 6. That's him right now, reaching buoy number 3 in third position. And in fourth on an SIC board. That's I don't want to call the shot right now, just making sure that I've got the right people. 437, yes, the Austrian Michael Frosch.
Just call him Michael.
Michael Frosch.
Michael Frosch.
Michael Frosch
Sounds
from
like very
Austria.
Cool. Very cool.
In fourth position, I remember him doing that move, you know, that inside move on buoy number 3 before, going from position 5 to 6. So we know this guy can turn, and that could be very, very useful in that battle.
Busy
to
number
stay
4
away
there.
from stay away from outside the first 4 positions. But Olivier Darumerlu, textbook turning here for the Frenchman, who's already got a gold medal in this World Championship in the long distance yesterday. He was very, very happy. His phone has rang all day yesterday, and receiving lots of cheers from the French crowd. Olivier Darumerlu, who's one of his first races was the race. I need to talk about the race. I haven't talked about the race. The race.
What is it?
The race with the Z. Z race. Z race. It's the one of the longest downwind races in the world. It happens every year in January, the last weekend of January, the last Saturday of January, every year for the past 10 years. And it's an amazing race on the French island of La Guadeloupe. So make sure you book, if you've got nothing to do in January, make sure you book your trip to La Guadeloupe. Obviously, if restrictions are lifted wherever you live, and also on the island of La Guadeloupe, but you're going to have the time of your life, and you're going to downwind all day long until race day for potentially 40 to 50 kilometer race. And most of the top French paddlers have experienced this race. We also had the visit from Garrett Fletcher from the USA at one point, and he loves it, and he took part in the OC1. It's a multi-craft race, but check it out. It's called Z Race, or Z Caribbean Race with a Z. And Olivier Darumerlu, I actually met him for the first time. Here he comes. I met him by Martin. Yeah. I met him for the first time in Guadeloupe, and he was with his friend Florent Dodd, long distance mate. Olivier Darumerlu, easy qualification for the Frenchman for tomorrow's semis, and Tomas Varnas from Lithuania. He's securing his second position, while Attila Hubik with the white headband on the Mistral Equinox 14. I've been on that board in Tahiti, and it's actually a pretty good board. Yeah, Mistral. And in fourth comes Michael Frosch from Australia.
Michael Frosch pulling through.
And in fifth, qualifying for the small final, that's 4-3-4, Daniel Punz, and also qualifying for the C final is Jaroslav Sukup, who suffered a fall in the very first meter. There we go. Thank you for showing that image just right on cue. And unfortunately for Nikolaos Papadakis, the racing is over, and we've got someone who's just phoning on her, making a call on the inflatable board on the lake. What a great
nice image there.
What a nice location, what a nice spot to make a phone call, actually. Yes, he's happy. The Frenchman from the southwest of France, from Seignos, near Hossegor. Olivier Dariomerlu in the lead, 5:23. That's not the best time so far in these quarterfinals, but he didn't really have to push too hard. The big show is happening tomorrow. Potentially for these guys, they're gonna have to go through the semis before hoping for another medal. And Olivier Dariomerlu, if he does well in the semis, it could well be on the podium again tomorrow. Coming up, the third quarterfinal
with some familiar names there. Martin Teichmann, he was in the finals this morning, and he didn't do that well, but after all he was being sixth there, just 4.5 seconds behind the winner there, Peter Weidert, which we'll most likely going to see then in the last. Oh, now that was a false start.
But hold on, you know, that guy, he had a very good reactive time before. And
who caused that?
This time he just started a little bit too early.
Who was it?
Lane number 2, I think, 4 or 5. Yes, that's Victor Zollner on the SUP 1 board there. Watch out, a bit too eager. You only have one chance at this, so make sure you don't do it again. But yes, that race for Bowie, it's a race within the race. It's that first race within the race. Go
for sure
to Bowie number 1. If you secure that, you've done half of the job, and it's actually a pretty good start by Victor Zollner. Also, we've got Martin Teschmann in lane number 4, but it looks like Artem Avramenko has got the best start on the Mistral board there.
Very fast.
Victor Zollner, wow, this looks like more of a sprint canoe style of paddling from lane number 2. But Artem Avramenko from the Ukraine is in the lead. Martin Teschmann is slowly climbing back up towards the front and is actually closer virtually to that first buoy. But Victor Zollner is making some progress here, and he could be well leading the race right now. Yes, he is. Victor Zollner on that SUP 1 board designed in Australia. Martin Teschmann in second, and Artem Avramenko looks like he's struggling in the wake, losing some very, very precious centimeters. And Martin Teschmann making a big move now, while Victor Zollner seems to have an issue changing side. He's got the inside though.
And Martin is the first at the buoy here. Doing very well.
Ooh,
little struggle
well done,
there.
Victor, for not falling here. Artem Avramenko in third position. Big battle now for fourth between two starboards. Who's got the inside? It's it's hard to say between those two starboards. if the camera crews are hearing us, you're going to have to pay attention to a potential battle happening between two guys on starboard.
Third and fourth place will be interesting.
Absolutely, since only one of them will be able to qualify. That is, if nothing changes yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, 1 and 4 is going through.
Yes. So 3 and 4 are fine. Yeah, 4 and 5th. 4th and 5th. Absolutely. Martin Teichmann from Germany.
Doing well.
On the Sonora.
Taichi.
Turning left, and then Viktor Zollner from Hungary in second. Artem Avramenko from the Ukraine, and that battle raging now between
Sagobis Nagy is number 6 there, trying really hard to clinch that 4th place there to go straight to the big to the semi-final instead of going to the small final C. So, but he's still within reach there. So, while the top 3 are, looks like they're growing their lead there a little bit.
Yes, and Jan Slamek hasn't said his last word yet, so we are definitely going to have a battle between those two starboards. And it's happening actually now on buoy number 4 between bib number 404 and bib number 420, Szabolcs Nagy and Jan Slamek from the Czech Republic. Hungary versus the Czech Republic to qualify for the semis of tomorrow's race day, the last day of the competition. But in front, Martin Teichmann doesn't make any mistake on that 5th buoy turn. Viktor Zollner, who did a false start earlier on, is in second position. Artem Avramenko. These guys should really work together to secure those 3 positions. But again, the battle is happening between who's in the lead. It's difficult to say now. They're really shoulder to shoulder. No, in front now we've got 420, Szabolcs Nagy. No, hold on, Jan Slamek.
So it hasn't changed yet. So number 6 still trying to catch.
And 2 more buoys to put it for Szabolcs Nagy to potentially qualify for the semi-final tomorrow. It's going to be difficult now with more than a boat length that separates the 2 starboard athletes right here. And in the back we've got 2 more paddlers. One of them will have to stay home, or stay out of the competition for the rest of the weekend. The other 2, the position 5 and 6, will qualify for the small final tomorrow. And Martin Teichmann, your buddy, Mike.
Yeah, he's through, he's safe.
Quite like his style, relaxed, really smooth.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's also a little bit on the forefront of the foiling movement in Germany, particularly as far as the flat water pump foil goes. They're putting out some pretty cool YouTube videos there from his where he's located at. So he's just an all-over kind of a water enthusiast. Loves the water in any kind of way, playing it.
Viktor Zollner turning left way before the finish line. Watch out not to play dirty. No need for that. While Artem Avramenko was trying to score a better position in the last meters of the race. And a little replay of the action with Martin Teichmann on the first buoy. Viktor Zollner losing his balance here on the first buoy. Martin Teichmann with a 10-meter lead over the rest. And check this out, Viktor Zollner going left way too early. That's
a little weird. That's
a little tricky, you know. I don't think that's very fair, although I'm not sure Artem Avramenko was going to be able to do it in such a short space. But anyway, moving on to the fourth quarterfinal. We can see the times now. It's a pretty slow time for Martin in comparison to what Salvador Mora and Olivier Daumelu achieved in the previous quarterfinals. Here comes the fourth one with Reinder Imker, Alexander Mikhailov, Iker Barbarubio from Spain, Peter Weidert from Germany, Oscar
That's
Ruiz
our
from
winner
Spain.
from this morning, beating the 1 minute mark in the men's final sprint.
That's correct. And Thomas Jensterle from Slovenia, as well as Timo Hage from Germany. Great start, as always, by...
Very nice. And Peter Weidert just with his yellow and black signature board. And look, he's putting the hammer down right away. He is my favorite for the gold medal tomorrow. If things go his way, he is just, in his group, he is a very strong paddler. Look how he's pulling out.
And he's just won the sprint, so there's a gold medal around his neck already. He might be going for a second if all things go to plan in tomorrow morning's semi-final. Behind him, Iker Barbarubio from Spain looks in a pretty good position there, in second on the starboard. Short paddler and very lightweight paddler in lane number 3. Iker Barbarubio from the Basque Country, Barcelona resident, and lane number 1 in third, virtually equal to lane number 7. That's Reinder Imker and Timo Hage. One is from the Netherlands, the other one is from Germany. And in the middle we've got Oscar Ruiz, who didn't take the best of the starts from Spain, but Iker Barbarubio now very, very good.
Nice. Look, it's getting crowded there.
Oscar Ruiz is going to take a fall. No, he managed to recover in fourth position.
Number 2 is in. That is Olnieskander Milachigilov, is in the water. Yeah, I said that completely wrong, but you know. We're going to have to take Matti off the air because I think he's having...
Alexander Mikhailov.
It's been only 5 hours here, people. Just feed me the easy names. But, you know...
Alexander, please forgive us.
It's like Alexander, it's just spelled different, you know? It sounds like Alexander, it's just spelled...
Say Alexander, just like
it's Alexander, yes.
All right, here comes Peter Weidert from Germany.
Yeah, just dominating.
Wow. Pretty cool.
But Iker is actually catching up here, excuse me.
Yeah, Iker, whoa, how fast was that jump up front? From the back of his board to the front of his board. Iker went just like a little frog. And in third position, 6th lane, Thomas Jensterle. There's a big battle going on right now for the 4th position. That's happening between Oscar Ruiz, I believe, who's being blocked here from someone who took a very, very, very wide turn, while the top 3 are really, really distancing themselves away from the rest of the pack. So in third, as I said a few seconds ago, that's in third. Hold on, Thomas Jensterle, lane number 6.
Yeah.
And the big battle is between the guys in the back, just behind them. There are 3 potential candidates for a 4th position. Oscar has got the inside. He's making that turn. He's going to have to put himself in sprint mode now to try, while some guys just going way, way, way too wide over there.
Way wide.
And you can't see that, but basically it's happening in the back, not behind Iker, behind Thomas. It's happening just behind them, so make sure you stick to that camera angle, because the next 3 guys are fighting for a 4th spot, and it looks like bib number on the starboard there, that's lane number 7. Timo Hage has got the upper hand. Oscar Ruiz now in the inside, trying to place himself in 5th position, and he will try now to come back onto Timo Hage from Germany. That's the only chance he's got anyway to move on to the semi-final tomorrow, and 5 and 6 will go to final C. So if he doesn't make his move now, Oscar is going to the C final, but it looks like Timo Hager has a pretty comfortable lead now in 4th position. So let's not get our hopes too high for Oscar Ruiz. And who's the other guy? Is it Alexander?
Alexander, yes, my number 2. I can redeem myself. It's Alexander
And
Mirakhailov.
the way you said it with full of excitement is just. I was just. I
was
just sorry.
No, that's all good. It's like
I'm not
it's
making
all
fun
fun.
of you. I just found it very, very funny. Peter Weidert, and did I say it right?
Peter Weidert, yeah, he's
Weidert.
doing very well, this guy.
Lightboard,
Here he comes.
warp.
And it's getting kind of dark here.
It's
And we have 4 more heats. We have 4 more heats to go, so that's a potentially another half an hour here.
Wow. Maybe the action is going to be postponed to tomorrow.
No, it's on the
Video.
schedule.
Okay.
They knew it was going to be past 7.
So Thomas Jenstele from Slovenia. Please correct me if I'm wrong in your comments if you're watching on the Total SUP Facebook page. But Thomas is through, and as well as Timo Hager. And now coming Oscar Ruiz will not make it to the semi-finals, and he's basically not out. He's going to the C final, as well as Alain Der Himker, and unfortunately for Alexander Mikhailov from the Ukraine,
it's over.
the show is over, and he's going to have to. That's him here on last falling now. That's him, Alexander
He's raising his
Mikhailov.
paddle. You know, guys don't see it here in the screen, but he's raising his paddle. So he's having fun. He's happy. He's stoked, and that's what matters.
Check that, a headstand.
And a headstand, yeah.
Now, come on, cameras, show that. Big headstand by Ukrainian paddler Alexander is happening now in front of us. It's still, oh, it is falling now. Come on, we're going to have a replay of this. I'm sure the production crew is listening to us. We need to see that.
I think I see him in the VIP tent over there.
Drinking beer? You mean we're just on our own? Hello?
I think everybody left. It's just us. And
Hello,
the
anyone
paddlers.
here?
There
you go.
it is.
Thank you very much.
Bravo. Yoo-hoo.
Little
Handstand.
headstand, Zane Schweizer style. And for Alexander Mikhailov, who's quitting the competition after this last
Very cool.
performance.
Going out in style.
Absolutely. Thank you, TV crew. Thank you, Gabor, our production director. All right, what have we got?
We have no Spaniard in the junior first quarterfinal. Where are they? Where are all the Spanish boys? There's one coming up in the second quarterfinal. There's 4 Spaniards coming up in the third quarterfinal. Well, that's going to be a home run.
This is the first quarterfinal.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking where all the
sorry.
Spanish. I'm just looking where all the Spanish are. So it looks like your third quarterfinal here, the second heat to the last, will be a Spanish and pretty much a German affair.
Yeah, and Flem from Thailand is back with us in lane number 5.
Yay, Flam!
Also known as Natapat Koman. Great start by Natapat, but the one who's got the best start is, unsurprisingly,
Wojtek.
Wojtek, a side glance from the Czech Republic. Great. Oh, someone took a dive, and that's Flem. Oh, what an unfortunate event for
and again.
once again.
Poor thing.
But Wojtek in front is, putting down the hammer in this first section.
Big time.
Towards that very, very important first buoy. He's in front, and the battle for second, third, and fourth is happening behind him. I hope that Flem from Thailand will be able to recover from those 2 consecutive falls. It's going to be a tough call, obviously. But in lane number 3, Dominic Blasco is looking pretty good towards securing himself second position anyway. As we reach that first buoy, and lane number 1 is in third, Jakub Boska, looking pretty good there. And coming back onto him, that's lane number 7, Bem Touche on starboard inflatable there. And come on, Natapat, come on, Flem. You can do
He's catching up
something
very
special.
well. Look
yes,
at this guy.
He is definitely coming back very, very fast from far behind.
This might be a comeback story to talk about.
Absolutely, if he manages. Oh, he's losing his balance a lot, the 15-year-old from Thailand. Let's go, Thailand. And don't fall. Make sure you keep your paddle in the water to avoid that fall. Natapat is already in sixth position. And coming from the back, he's in fifth position now.
He's
we
grinding.
could have a hero move here from Thai paddler Flem that Michael Booth was talking about earlier on. Is moving on to potentially a fifth position now, sorry, and is battling out. And yes, he's doing it. He is doing it. He could be. He's just got one more.
He just got himself into
one
fifth.
paddler to go in order to secure that fourth place.
Look at this guy, amazing.
What an exciting race. You know, the race is happening not at the front, but
It's at the
way at the back. Thanks to Natapat Koman doing the show and climbing back up, paddler after paddler, to try and place himself in that
and he's
top
just
4
about
spot.
attacking
Let's hope.
Ben Touche is under attack there.
Absolutely, he's gonna have to make his move now. He's gonna have to make his move now if he wants to get the inside.
Who was that went in? Not Napatat, please.
That was behind him. That was between 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
But look, Flem is
catching Ben
catching up
Touche there.
with Ben Touche. He's got the inside, but Ben Touche is pushing hard as he reaches
Wow.
the fourth buoy. Come on, don't fall, Flem, don't fall.
Where's the camera? Where's the camera here, people?
Come on, follow our commentaries. TV people, the race is happening at the back.
And we have another guy in the water. Is that Ben who went in the water there at the buoy?
A lot of TV time tomorrow because it's through the
Cameras on buoy
semifinals.
number 4.
But yeah, it's all happening in at buoy number 4. The fight is on for that fourth position between Ben Touche and Flem, aka Natapat Koman from Thailand.
Yes, and no camera change there.
No, but yeah, maybe at the beer stand. But yes, they are very well positioned to greet those two paddlers. But it looks like
Flem fell back, and
he
I think
did
he might
fall
have gone
back.
into the water again there.
Yeah, that might
it might have been him because now he's back in number 6 place.
Absolutely, and Ben Touche is now in 4th, and Mikolas.
Oh, and he's going in again.
Right,
oh
okay.
my gosh.
All right, well, you know
My
what?
heart. Oh.
He's not giving up, but I might give up. Oh no!
Oh, now he's back in last. This poor guy.
No, 15-year-old Flem. We had all our hopes on him, being one of the youngest paddlers in this junior competition, and being one of the very, very few representatives of a fantastic country, which is Thailand. We are a little bit disappointed here, and also because we've got lots of Thai people watching from on the Total Sub.
They're glued to their screens right now.
Absolutely, although it's super late over there.
Past midnight already there? It must be.
But here he is battling hard.
He'll go to the
not
small
giving
final.
up. Yeah, it's going to be. If he manages to stay out of the last two positions.
I think he's in 6 now.
And Wojtek Sejdenglans, the youngster from the Czech Republic, is now securing himself a very comfortable lead with his lane number 4. Very good style. And Michael Booth said that he's got the chance to speak to him or the other way around in the last few days. And lane number 3, Dominik Blasko from Hungary. He's reaching the finish line in 2nd position. Here comes Jakub Bouska from the Czech Republic as well. So 2 Czech qualifying for tomorrow's semi-final. The fourth position will be held by Bem Touche, but here comes, oh, is that possible? Flem making a huge sprint, trying to overtake Mikolas Matusowski and potentially Bem Touche. Now it's going to be an impossible mission.
But give him another 50 meters.
And wow.
Well, he's made the small final. Good job. What a story. What a heat.
Repetitive mistakes. He could have qualified, but that didn't happen. You know, lessons learned maybe for the Thai national.
He'll remember that race for a while.
Wow, check this out. How much energy.
There you go. He tripped or something.
Yeah,
like caught a little chop, a little side chop.
Yeah, side
jumping
chop.
up and then losing his feet again. And you can see his face. He is not happy, and then his paddle went away.
Oh my God, this is
heartbreaking
almost.
Yes.
All right. Well, Thailand. Natapat will have another chance to defend the Thai colors tomorrow in the small final of the juniors technical race event. And Wojtek is unsurprisingly moving forward with his very dynamic and style and long reach. Very, very different from what we've seen before. Very, very static legs. Not pushing too much on the on his legs, and I believe we're moving on to the second quarterfinal with Antonio Serrera up in front, bib number 31 from Spain. Great start. He did win the B final of the sprints this morning, and he did look like he would have done well in the big final as well in the sprints. So he still has something to prove in this competition. Antonio Serrera, he missed the big final in the sprints, and he's got one more shot at proving himself in this competition with the technical race, and is already in the lead just like he was in his first hit earlier on. And in the back, just behind him, you've got János Pesti from Hungary in his draft, and next to him, lane number 5, Alberto Casella from Italy. We've got lane number 7, Patrick Mochowski, while lane number 8, Paraskevas Kontaksakis chooses a different lane, but no problem for Antonio Serrera reaching that first buoy in first if he doesn't make any mistake. Whoa, smooth, but watch out for that board from hold on, that guy from Hungary, János Pesti, touching the tail of Antonio's board, but Antonio in the lead from Spain, lane number 4, and grinding himself out to the next buoy turn. You can appreciate the Spanish colors there on that full gear. Behind him, János Pesti and Alberto Casella from Italy on the starboard. These guys are fine for tomorrow's semi-final. Again, what a great smooth, hold on, a little bit wobbly in the second part of that turn, and the 4th position right now is occupied by Patrick Mochowski from Hungary, but coming back strong on the Fanatic there. That's lane number 8, Paraskevas Kontaksakis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those 4 guys seem to be fine so far. Not out of danger, almost, for the semi-final happening tomorrow. But Antonio Serrera looking over his shoulder, his left shoulder, to see how much lead he's got. Really no need to do that. Should feel pretty secure about his strength and his paddling technique. The job is almost done for Antonio Serrera. Obviously, you don't want to do any mistake in the next two buoys. Here comes Janos Pesti from Hungary, Alberto Casella from Italy, and in fourth with a 10-meter lead over the fifth position, and some very slow turns and very wide turns that could be really taken advantage of by the following athletes, but that's not really the case. We've got who we've got in fourth. Hold on, let me see that number. Patrick Mochowski, lane number 7. Antonio Serrera up in front, still from Spain.
A very well-known name by now, very well.
Did you notice, Mike, that we don't have a single board short?
A single what?
On camera right now? We don't have a single board short.
Oh, they're all wearing spandex. That's hilarious.
Absolutely. Well,
is that a thing in Spain? Is that a new thing?
Well, I don't know if it's hilarious or if it's the new style, the new subculture imported from the canoe.
From the canoe world?
From the canoe world.
Yeah, then we would have to, as far as the dress code goes that we were talking about, then we might have to impose a dress code right there.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that. And Rami Zur, if you're listening to us, we want to see shortboards back on screen. They're much sexier than these spandex pants. I don't know what you think. Come on, give us some comments online here, guys. What do you think? What do you think about the dress code? Obviously, this is
Watch out, we're going to get in trouble with the parents of these youngsters here.
But board shorts have been the dress code over the past 10 years, and we don't want them to go away. Antonio Serrera.
It sounds like there's a medal attached to that name, and I don't have it on the top of my head. Of course there is. Where is he?
Antonio Serrera. We
Junior
mentioned his name a
sprints.
few times. He missed the sprint, the big sprint final, but he did.
Yes, he did miss the sprint final.
With a huge margin, the B final, and I'm sure he could have done really, really well in the A final.
But he's not the first across the finish line here. It's Jan Stetak Jr.
No, the first one was Antonio.
Oh, was it? Oh,
Serrera.
okay. Then I was okay. Sorry, I was in the. I happened to excuse myself here for a few minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Can I have a candy, Mike?
Yes, can a foamy mouth.
We're trying to make signs here for you to say thank you. A little mint would be good for my throat.
Yeah.
Because we've been talking for how many hours?
This has been a marathon, but it's kind of it went by fast.
It's a
here,
speech
so there were two more heats to go.
And we're talking in a language which is not our native language, as you can hear our accent.
At least I've been talking mainly English for the last 19 to 20 years because I've been out of my native tongue for so long.
You know what? I like this kid, Antonio Serrera. I want him to do well, just because he missed the big chance to qualify for the sprint final, the main sprint final yesterday. I really hope he does well tomorrow in the semis, and hopefully even further.
Two more races to go.
A podium position would be great. Manuel Oyuela in the center. Lots of Spanish guys in this race with Marc Simoncelli, Aaron Sanchez, Nicolas Trujillo. I don't even have to look at the sheet now. I just look at the screen and
you know the guys. There's all your guys.
Mateusz Trojanowski. Now I had to look for that one in lane number 7. But look at that, Manuel Oyuela, Lucas Simons, Jan Gir is here, but Manuel Oyuela in lane number 5.
Look at this guy.
Nicolas Trujillo, lane number 3. Marc Simoncelli
pulling
in lane number 6. 3 Spanish guys up front. It looks like Jan Giric from Germany is doing pretty well. Maybe a top fourth position for him, but Manuel Oyuela, again with those Spanish spandex.
Yeah, maybe it's a Spanish thing.
Pants, yeah. I'm not sure.
And here's my favorite surf stance with Nicolas Trujillo. He has that signature stance. He's the only guy, I think, in the entire race that kind of has his feet. Or is that? No, no, that's him.
Yeah, very, very low. Manuel Oyuela that we saw in different, that I saw at different events in France. Very much in the lead now. Wow, it's getting really, really dark here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, the last heat that's coming up in about 6 minutes. They'll make it. They planned that out. The Hungarian Canoe Federation is nothing leaving to chance here. Everything is planned and exactly timed. So they know in exactly 7 minutes, the last heat of the day will start, and we'll wrap this up at 7:30.
Well, that makes for some
And
great
it'll be just
colors
about
on our
dark.
screens, huh? That little sunset. Check this out in the back. Well, that's not that's not a sunset. That's just the
glass
digital
glare. The
streets.
sun's gone down already.
But still, check this out. It's definitely a different color from
They're
what
definitely
we saw
brightening it up. Outside on the
before.
big screen, it looks like it's still middle of the afternoon because they have this the rest light enhancers.
You know what? Our production director Gabor must have turned on the light there because he's doing some magic. It looks like it looks very much different on the screen from what we are seeing. It definitely looks like a sunset time, almost dark time for us through our window. Here comes Manuel Oyuela on buoy number 3. Vamos España. Come on. This is almost the last race, so make sure you tell me who you root for, especially if you're from Spain. Come on, but give me some fuego in the comments. And reaching buoy number 3, this is Marc Simoncelli on the Fanatic. Manuel Oyuela still in front. Nicolas Trujillo, another Spaniard, in second position. Aaron Sanchez, who won the sprints this morning with a big margin, in third position, and behind him Kai Carstens. Is that him? Kai Carstens?
Sorry, my iPad just died.
13,
I have to
13.
switch on to a different screen here, and then I will be right with you. But yeah, Kai Carstens sounds right.
No, and that's Jan Giric. How do you say that name in German? The first one? Jan
Giric.
I had it right. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
It's a very phonetic language, German. So if you just say it out the way you see it, I wonder how that is for a French-speaking person, because like I had to learn languages that sound different as they are spelled, because I grew up with a language that sounds as it's spelled. So how is it the other way around? When you have all of a sudden you're confronted with a language that exactly is supposed to sound the way it's spelled?
I guess it makes things easier, but still you have to know a few codes. In this instance, for example, I didn't know if I was to say Giric or Giric.
Yes, makes sense.
So,
and that's a tough one to know.
Yeah, Manuel Oyuela, check how strong this kid is. Wow. Manuel Oyuela in reaching the 6th buoy. Nicolas Trujillo in second position. I expected Nicolas to do much better in the sprint final. Today he was not on the podium, and I'm not sure why that is though, because he did have some very, very good runs prior to the big final. I wonder if he was caught in the bad part of a wake at the beginning of the race, and behind Aaron Sanchez, taking it easy.
Good looking buoy turn there from Manuel Oyuela.
Yeah, followed by
and who's
Nicolas
at 3?
Trujillo and Aaron Sanchez arriving now at the 7th buoy. And we need to figure out who's in 4th, of course. I think it's Lucas Simoncelli. So the Spanish Armada might be scoring again. The Spanish
The Spanish
Tormenta.
storm is happening here.
Yeah, la tormenta.
The
La tormenta
tormenta.
española está aquí. Chicos.
Muy bien, muy
And
bien.
while I speak Spanish, I don't know if Fernando Stala is watching, but the Mexican.
Oh,
We're missing the Mexican
That's
from
right,
the international racing. He was in Tahiti for a while. He's back in Mexico.
Yes.
He's broken his pierna, broken his leg recently, only last week, and is probably sitting comfortably in his sofa right now, watching the show. Aaron Sanchez in third position, and the battle, is it on? Is it on? No, it's not, but Jan Gilic from Germany is in fourth position. It's unfortunate for Marc Simoncelli, the Spaniard, being left out of the semi-finals tomorrow and moving on to final C, as well as Lasse Sauerteig
no. Yeah.
from Germany, and unfortunately for Mateusz Trojanowski. The racing is over. Check this out, beautiful images there by our great
Nice
production crew. And wow, look, these are images to keep for a lifetime, you know, those slow motion.
Ah, beautiful.
When you're a 17, 18-year-old kid, even if you're not ever going to race ever in your life, you're gonna have those images stuck in your mind forever. This is such a beautiful show on and off the water, and because we're reaching the end of our
Last
of our
heat getting
day,
ready here.
I want to say thank you.
They're lining up on the pontoons.
Yeah, because we're reaching the end of our day.
Yeah,
I want to say
we're
thank
almost-
you to the organizers of this event. The 2021 ICF SUP World Championship so far is a huge success on all aspects. And big thanks to Euchen and Ross Solly and all the marketing crew
Great team.
in charge of putting together the media show, as well as and the press organization, as well as the production crew, of course. And big shout out to Christian Thomas in the tower next to us for the race direction. That's
And off we
very
are with the
successful
last
debut.
And as they're going out, I'd like to point out something that also notice is we did somewhat 36 heats, and we are not a minute delayed, you know. At some point, somewhere, somehow, if you do this many heats, there is a delay of some sort and things are kind of getting stretched out. I've seen it where like the last heat goes into the dark, particularly in surf competitions, but here it is to the minute, to the last heat, not a minute late. It's amazing.
Yeah, we have to.
That is definitely people, or event organizers around the world, regardless of what kind of competition you're running, take note.
Yeah, I have to admit we are very impressed by how things are run over here, and I think that's a mix of the canoe culture from the ICF, but also the fact that we're in Hungary, where it looks like the rules in general are very much observed by everyone, and we did experience that actually at different areas, in different areas of the premises, which are forbidden to some people or not, especially the athlete area dedicated to the athletes only, waiting room, waiting chamber. And Lucas Simoncelli is doing the show here in first position, followed by hold on, I'm not so sure. I know this one is Tristan de Klerk from Germany, but in lane number 2, that's Imre Xanki, who had a pretty good buoy turn there, but Lucas Simoncelli, the winner of the long distance yesterday, gold medalist yesterday, from Spain, is hammering out towards a possible victory in this last quarterfinal of the junior men. Tristan de Klerk Lane number 6, the ponytail dark hair on the white and red board is in the mix for the top 4 qualification for tomorrow's semi-final. Again, 5 and 6 will go to the small final right away, and the rest will be out. Great move there by Imre Ksanki. I don't know, I haven't seen this kid, Imre Ksanki. It's someone to watch for the rest of the competition, the technical race event. His buoy turns are pretty good, and his paddling looks very solid. Bib number 18 behind Lukas Simoselli from Hungary. It looks like in terms of youth, the Hungarian are probably the best with Reka Slekta, I think I got it right, who scored a second a silver medal. Ooh, check this out.
Ooh, ooh.
No, he's got it right. He's got it right. Well done, Imre Ksanki from Hungary. And I was saying that Reka earlier on from Hungary precisely managed to win a silver medal in the junior women's sprint. And I guess in terms of youth, you're gonna have to add the Czech Republic, most likely, with the likes of Wojtek, Seidan Glantz, and a couple of others, other paddlers. That's for the junior racing. All right, let's not forget that a 15-year-old has done really, really well in the competition, but not under the junior division, under the open division.
Bodie van Almen, yes, and we will
Almen.
see him tomorrow again in the open men coming up.
Yes. You know what? He could have scored a couple of podiums for sure.
Pretty sure
in the junior division, but it chose very bravely to go for the big thing in the open divisions, and he's looking good on the water. The 15-year-old from Oregon, Portland, traveling with his family. And very friendly family, actually.
Yeah, nice people. We had some this morning.
Met a couple of times during the event. And Bodie looks, I mean, is young, but is brave and is really, really fearless by the look of it, you know. It's very brave of him to decide to go for the big thing. And Lukas Simoselli here doing a little bit of a show with someone coming in second position here, and that's who's that?
Number 5.
Number
Isn't it?
5,
That's
yes,
Petter. Your Czech Republic.
Absolutely. But Petter is going to have to correct something. I'm going to say this right away, especially since Michael Booth was with us earlier on. When you're paddling, stop looking at your feet. If you've got to learn something out of this event, stop looking at your feet. Peter, I'm telling you, you have to believe me. If you want to go faster, if you want to go straighter, you're going to have to look 10 meters away from your board in front of you. That's going to make things a lot easier for you. Obviously, it's going to take your neck muscles to maintain that chin lifted. But I'm sure all the top athletes will agree with me on this. Lukas Simoselli first. Peter and Arlena, despite a dodgy technique, second, third. We've got Imre Ksanki, and fourth is Tristan de Klerk from Germany.
Good for him. He's going to the semi-finals.
And lane number 7, Ioannis Kyriakis goes to the small final, as well as
lane number 1 sadly is not going to go anywhere. That's Kai Carstens there coming in.
Okay, so I guess that's Igor Kieresk moving on to a small final. I think we've reached the end of the day, Mike.
Yes, and just to give you guys a quick preview before we're definitely going to go and have a cold one here. Tomorrow morning we're starting on the dot, and tomorrow is finals day, people. Anything that's in the water is going to be a semi-final or up, which is going to be super cool. We're starting at 9 a.m. on the dot with the Grandmasters and the 50s, two-man semi-finals, then the Masters 40 plus, also semi-finals, juniors. So the progression is pretty much the same, always with the 50-year-olds first, with the men, then going to the women, and then at the very last one is going to be the final of the open men at 251. And as we said earlier, this morning, not a 250 and not a 252. It's a 251, and we can trust that this is going to happen. Look at this boom. Look at this, it's beautiful. I'd like a camera with a zoom like this.
I think Gabor, our production director, is trying to say something, being so romantic. Gabor, what's happening? Was that all the comments I made about your Facebook picture? Beautiful site.
Look
Thank
at this.
you. Thank you very much, Gabor. Speaking in our headset. This is the end of a long day for us. I haven't spoken for so long, especially in English. I do that a lot in French.
You speak English really good.
But
your English is fabulous.
Tomorrow, check out this beautiful lake. Look at that.
Nice, and the glow of the evening.
Gabor, can you do us a favor? You're going to leave a little bit of that with some music, and then you're going to do the outro just for people to enjoy the sight of Lake Balaton for a few more minutes. This is a goodbye from me. We're going to see plenty of technical racing action tomorrow. This is Mathieu from TotalStop.com.
And Mike with the Stand Up magazine, and we're saying aloha and good night.